Chapter 754. She could fight 100 of them. Everyone was petrified. Was a god that weak? At that moment, that was the only thought in everyone's mind. Even Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded. He knew that the woman in front of him was very strong, but he didn't expect her to be this strong. Instant kill. That was an instant kill. A legendary god was killed in a second just like that. Moreover, the woman in front of him said that she could fight 100 of them. Compared to the experts of the northern region, the experts of the Pantheon were about to go crazy. Killed in an instant. The god they had always believed in was killed in an instant. What was wrong with this world? In the air, the woman turned to look at the spatial passage and smiled. Do you still want to come? This sentence was directed at the person on the other side of the space. In her eyes, there was no god. There was no response from the other side. The woman smiled. You should be glad because I want to accompany him. As her voice fell, she turned to Yi Xian. As if thinking of something, she suddenly turned to look at the experts of the Pantheon. Do you see the god you believe in? The experts of the Pantheon looked at the woman with fear. The woman smiled. Look, the god you believe in is nothing more than this. After saying that, she looked at Yi Xian. Walk with me. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then looked at the spatial passage in the air. At that moment, the spatial passage was slowly disappearing. Actually, she really wanted this woman to kill her way over and kill all those gods. As if she knew what Yi Xian was thinking, the woman smiled. First, I don't have much time left. I want to talk to you during this time. Secondly, you have to walk your own path in the end. Experts are not brought out by others, but by themselves. Yi Xian nodded slightly. I understand. The woman took Yi Xian's arm and said with a smile, let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, she and Yi Xian disappeared on the spot. In the field, everyone looked at each other. It ended just like that? This result exceeded everyone's expectations. Not far away, Jian Zizai was silent. He had to admit that everything that happened today was like a dream. God. The legendary god was killed as soon as he appeared. What was he playing at? Jian Zizai shook her head. She was about to leave when she seemed to think of something. She looked at Zue, who was not far away. You are. Zue said. I have no malice towards him. Jian Zizai nodded. She turned and disappeared. The experts from the northern region glanced at the members of the Divine Hall. They didn't attack, but they didn't leave either. However, the deity's Templar experts did not dare to move. In the starry sky, Yi Xian and the woman strolled into the distance. The woman's hand was still holding onto Yi Xian's arm, very naturally. Yi Xian discovered that the woman's body was becoming more and more illusory. The woman looked at the distant end of the starry sky and said with a smile, the affairs of the world are inconstant. I never thought that I would be able to see you again after so many years. Unfortunately, Yi Xian said solemnly, Senior. The woman suddenly said, just call me Qing-er. Qing. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, Qing-er. The woman stopped and looked at Yi Xian. She smiled and said, I'm very happy today. Yi Xian said solemnly, Qing-er, I was related to you in my previous life, right? The woman nodded. Yes. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, you should understand that my previous life is my previous life, and this life is this life. I might not be the person from your previous life. The woman smiled and said, you are. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. The woman smiled slightly. You're right. My previous life is my previous life, and this life is this life. However, you are different. As for what is different, I won't tell you now. It will be even more interesting when you find out for yourself in the future. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. All right. The woman smiled and looked at the distant end of the starry sky. The universe is very big. The road in the future will become more and more difficult. Yi Xian smiled and said, I know. The woman nodded. This time I helped you. However, in this life, there won't always be someone to help you. Even if it's her. At this point, her brows suddenly furrowed. Yi Xian asked, what is it? The woman said softly, it's nothing. You must understand that you need to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can you control your own fate. Saying this, she looked at the depths of the starry sky again. At the end of the starry sky, there are some not weak auras. And at the end of the end, there are some unknown auras. Among these people, some might become your enemies in the future, and some are already your enemies. Yi Xian nodded. I know. He was very clear that with the existence of the world prison pagoda, his troubles would never lessen. However, if the people from the fourth dimension wanted to mess with him, the people from the fifth dimension also wanted to mess with him. The pressure was still very great. The woman looked at Yi Xian and smiled slightly. Actually, a person needs to go through some hardships in life. If you don't go through hardships, how can you become stronger? Saying this, she walked into the distance. After walking 2 steps, she suddenly thought of something and returned to Yi Xian's side. She hugged Yi Xian's arms with both hands and smiled. Let's go together. At this moment, Yi Xian had a strange feeling. At this moment, he felt very close, very natural, as if Yi Ling was hugging his arms. Why did he have this kind of feeling towards the woman in front of him? Yi Xian couldn't understand, but he didn't want to think too much about it. Just like that, the two of them walked into the distance. At this time, Qing suddenly looked around. The universe here is actually about to dry up. Dry up. Yi Xian frowned slightly. How can that be? I feel that the spiritual energy here is very abundant. Qing smiled. Have you heard of rearing pigs? Rearing pigs? Yi Xian asked. What do you mean? Qing smiled faintly. In this world, self-interest is paramount. The various kinds of spiritual energy in the universe are non-renewable. If humans and other living beings want to cultivate and become stronger, they need spiritual energy. To put it simply, the big fish eats the small fish, and the small fish eats the shrimp. The gods in your world are these big fish, and your universe is their pig farm. Because this universe has been sealed by a mysterious power, your achievements here, no matter how monstrous your talents are. Yi Xian asked in a low voice. Then why don't they just get rid of these living beings and enjoy the universe for themselves? Qing smiled. If we don't rear pigs, how can we have pork to eat? Yi Xian shook his head. I still don't understand. Qing explained with a smile. These so-called gods have a special cultivation method. They need the power of faith. However, they don't need the power of faith from the masses. What they need is the power of faith from the strongest experts in this world. You see, the Pantheon's powerhouses are stronger than your friends. Why? Because only by believing in them will they give these people some special resources to make them stronger. Hearing this, Yi Xian somewhat understood. The power of faith. The Pantheon's gods need the power of faith. If the world's top powerhouses want to become stronger, they must worship them. Only by worshipping them can they become stronger. Isn't this the same as rearing pigs? As if thinking of something, Yi Xian asked again. Qing, you just said our world's spiritual energy is drying up. Qing nodded. Your world seems to be full of spiritual energy, but it's rotten to the core. Because there's almost no primordial qi left in this world. Moreover, the source of ordinary spiritual energy is on the side of those so-called gods. By controlling primordial qi, you can control the number of the universe's top powerhouses. By controlling ordinary spiritual energy, you can control the quality of your world's cultivators. Yi Xian was silent. He really didn't expect it to be so complicated. At this time, Qing smiled and said, "Let me help you." As her voice fell, she turned around and waved her right hand. A light soared into the sky. Buzz! A sword's cry resounded throughout the four-dimensional universe. Soon, there was a shattering sound in the distant starry sky. Following this shattering sound, Yi Xian suddenly discovered that the surrounding spiritual energy was madly increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, everywhere in the four-dimensional universe, the spiritual energy was increasing at a crazy rate. Everyone was dumbfounded. At this time, in the distant starry sky, an illusory man suddenly appeared. He looked at Qing. Qing looked at the man and smiled. Why are you so weak? Yi Xian. The man looked at Qing deeply. Finally, he looked at Yi Xian and disappeared. At this time, Yi Xian discovered that the woman's body was becoming more and more illusory. He knew that Qing was about to disappear. Yi Xian looked at the woman. Qing, with your strength, you should be able to prevent yourself from disappearing, right? The woman smiled. You don't want me to disappear? Yi Xian nodded. The woman was silent. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. Then he said, it should be possible, right? The woman smiled. I have seen you. I have no regrets. Yi Xian looked at Qing but I feel a little regretful. I don't know why I have this feeling. The woman was silent. Yi Xian said again, Qing, you must have a way to not disappear, right? At this time, the woman's body was becoming more and more illusory. The woman looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Some things can't be changed. As her voice fell, her body became completely illusory. Yi Xian said with a trembling voice, no, there must be a way, right? The woman smiled. Actually, I also want to live. Back then, I felt that living was meaningless. But now, I want to live and accompany you. It's a pity. As she spoke, she suddenly hugged Yi Xian. Tears flowed from her eyes again. I can't bear to leave you. I really can. I once felt that the human world was meaningless because you weren't in it. But now, I want to live. I want to laugh with you. I want to cry with you. I want to see all the beautiful things in the world with you. As she spoke, she looked at the starry sky in the distance. Then she smiled. With you in the human world, everything is so beautiful. As soon as she finished speaking, she had already vanished. Yi Xian looked at the empty starry sky in front of him in a daze. She's gone. P.S. I don't dare to look at the book reviews recently. I'll come back when I have more chapters. Chapter 755. In the starry sky, Yi Xian stood quietly. Gone. The woman he met for the first time was gone. At this moment, Yi Xian felt his heart was empty. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Or rather, a little heartache. Towards this Qing, whom he had just met, he really had a special feeling. Family. This was how he felt about this Qing. His previous life? Yi Xian looked up at the vast starry sky. What did he do in his previous life? The woman in the plain dress, Qing, why were they so good to him? Previous life? This life? Yi Xian did not think too much about it, because Qing said he would understand in the future. Yi Xian looked around, his eyes still somewhat blank. Qing. At this moment, boom. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from the prison pagoda. Yi Xian was stunned. At this moment, a sword floated out. Soul-suppressing sword. At this moment, the aura of soul-suppressing sword skyrocketed wildly. Yi Xian was stunned. This boom. Within the soul-suppressing sword, another powerful aura erupted. This aura directly shook Yi Xian hundreds of feet away. Yi Xian looked at the soul-suppressing sword with a face full of shock. Previously, when Little Soul said that she was going to break through, he did not think too much about it. But now he found that this Little Soul's breakthrough was a bit abnormal. And it came suddenly. What was going on? Just as Yi Xian's mind was full of questions, the soul-suppressing sword not far away suddenly trembled violently, and a sword cry came out from it. The surrounding starry sky directly boiled at this moment. Yi Xian was stunned. This soul-suppressing sword's aura was not weaker than the executing heaven sword. At this moment, Little Soul's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Young lord, I broke through. Yi Xian quickly asked. Little Soul, what level are you now? Soul was silent for a moment, then said, I don't know. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Little Soul, how did you suddenly become so strong? Is it because you devoured that expert from the deity's hall? Yes, Little Soul said softly. Yi Xian frowned. That shouldn't be the case. The soul of an expert shouldn't be able to make you so strong. Soul's aura was too strong. It was so powerful that it did not lose to the executing heaven sword at all. This wasn't a notification, it was a sudden increase. Soul said softly, Young master, I can't tell you the real reason. In any case, it's a good thing, isn't it? Yi Xian was silent for a moment. Then he waved his right hand, and Little Soul appeared in his hand. At this moment, Little Soul's appearance had also changed. There was a wisp of sword light circling around Little Soul's blade. Sword light? Looking at that sword light, Yi Xian frowned slightly. It felt somewhat familiar. He was about to ask, but at this time, Jian Zizai suddenly appeared beside him. Jian Zizai glanced in front of Yi Xian. She left. Yi Xian nodded. Jian Zizai said softly, "What's your next plan?" Yi Xian looked into the depths of the starry sky. "Do you think those gods will let it go?" Jian Zizai smiled. "Probably not." Yi Xian nodded. "I think so too. Qing killed a god, but there was more than one god." At this time Jian Zizai said, "However, they may not dare to easily attack you." Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "But if they attack again, it will definitely destroy the world." Jian Zizai nodded. "Not only do you have to face the experts of the fourth dimension, but you also have to be careful of the experts of the fifth dimension." The fifth dimension. Yi Xian's face darkened. Not only did he have to be careful of the fifth dimension, but he also had to be careful of the 8th and 9th floors of the tower. At present, the 8th floor was not in existence that was easy to get along with. After a moment, Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and said softly, "To the temple." With that he turned and left with Jian Zizai. At the temple. At this time, the temple's powerhouses had not left. With that woman here, unless they fled to the fifth dimension, there was no use. That woman made them despair. Seeing Yi Xian return, the faces of the temple powerhouses suddenly changed. Right now, their life and death were all in the hands of the man in front of them. Yi Xian glanced at the powerhouses of the temple and said calmly, "Kill! Kill!" Everyone was stunned. One by one, the powerhouses of the northern region looked at Yi Xian. At first, they thought that Yi Xian would subdue these powerhouses, but they did not expect that Yi Xian would directly order them to kill. Not only did the powerhouses of the northern region not expect this, but the powerhouses of the temple also did not expect this. They also thought that Yi Xian would make them submit. At this time, Yi Xian looked at the powerhouses of the northern region. "What are you waiting for?" The powerhouses of the northern region did not hesitate, and directly rushed towards the powerhouses of the temple. At this time, the man glowing with golden light suddenly said, "Yi Xian, we are willing to submit to the northern region." Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. "I don't trust you." Hearing this, the expression of the man glowing with golden light suddenly changed. He clenched his right hand tightly, as if he was going to fight to the death. But he knew that they had no chance of winning. Not to mention the woman from before. Jian Zizai and the one-legged man were now enough to sweep them away. Thinking of this, the man glowing with golden light sighed softly. "We are waiting for you to hand over a part of our soul, and a part of our physical body." Hearing this, Yi Xian gently waved his right hand, and the powerhouses of the northern region stopped. Yi Xian walked in front of the man glowing with golden light, and the latter glanced at the temple behind him with a complicated expression. They had abandoned them. The reason why he chose to surrender was because God had abandoned them, and he could not contact God at all. Even God was afraid of that woman. The man glowing with golden light withdrew his thoughts and opened his palm. A soul appeared in his hand, and he passed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not refuse, and he directly put the soul away. Then he looked at the other powerhouses of the temple nearby. Those powerhouses were slightly hesitant. Handing over their souls meant that they would forever be under Yi Xian's control. Their life and death depended on a single thought from Yi Xian. Suddenly, the man glowing with golden light said, "We have no choice." No choice. Hearing this, the powerhouses of the pantheon were shocked. Hearing the man with golden light's words, they suddenly realized that they had no other choice. If they didn't hand over their souls, they would die. Thinking of this, some of the powerhouses started to hand over a part of their soul, and a part of their physical body. It didn't take long for all the powerhouses to hand over a part of their soul, and a part of their physical body. It could be said that all the powerhouses of the pantheon were under Yi Xian's control. Yi Xian glanced behind him. Meanwhile, a woman walked over. It was Shangguanxian. Yi Xian said, "Gather all the wealth of the Pantheon Divine Hall and distribute it to everyone." Delight instantly appeared on the faces of the northern region's experts when they heard this. The Pantheon Divine Hall could be said to be the wealthiest power in fantasy world, so how shocking was its wealth? Just a single share was a huge fortune. Moreover, the Pantheon Divine Hall once possessed a huge amount of territory. From this moment onward, all of that territory would be ownerless. The experts of the various powers couldn't help but start laughing when they thought about the boundless territory and wealth they possessed. If they lost this battle, then they would lose everything. However, they'd won. So they'd become rich overnight. All of them gazed at Yi Xian, and then they bowed slightly. Thank you, King Yi. Yi Xian could have chosen to take everything for himself, but Yi Xian hadn't done that. Yi Xian glanced at the experts of the northern region. All of you sacrificed a great deal in this battle, and all of you deserve it. Moreover, I hope that we can be even more united in the future to seek a better future together. The Xianyuan family patriarch hurriedly said, Of course. We should join forces and seek a better future together. The others hurriedly chimed in as well. Yi Xian's leg was extraordinarily thick now, so they had to hug it tightly. Yi Xian nodded, and then he turned around and walked towards the Pantheon Divine Hall in the distance. The man with golden light hesitated for a moment, before he hurriedly followed. Jian Zizai and the one-legged man followed as well. All of them arrived at the Pantheon Divine Hall. At this moment, only 5 statues remained in the hall. One of the statues had vanished. Yi Xian said softly, Which god was the one that died just now? The man with golden light shook his head. I don't know. Yi Xian looked at the man with golden light. What's your name? The man with golden light said in a low voice, Lin Hai, the divine emissary here. Yi Xian nodded. You don't know which god he was? Lin Hai nodded slightly. I don't. Yi Xian was a little curious. Why don't you know? Lin Hai said in a low voice. Before this, Qiao Tian, and I have never seen a god. We have only communicated through voice transmission. No, they only contact us occasionally. Yi Xian looked at Lin Hai. Qiao Tian, who? Lin Hai said. The white-haired woman that was taken away by your pagoda. Qiao Tian. Yi Xian nodded. He kind of admired this woman a little. This woman was different from the other Pantheon experts. If she had appeared earlier, he was afraid that he would have been fine. Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and looked at the 5 statues in front of him. There were 2 women and 3 men. Yi Xian asked again, These so-called gods, where are they? Lin Hai shook his head. I don't know. Yi Xian looked at Lin Hai, who smiled bitterly. I really don't know. They have contacted us very few times, and they have never appeared in this starfield. They will only contact us when someone has reached the unknown realm. Yi Xian asked, Why? Lin Hai said in a low voice, As long as someone has reached the unknown realm, they will ask us to contact them and make them submit. If they are willing, they will bestow a gift and help them reach the true unknown realm. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The true unknown realm? Lin Hai nodded. The unknown realm native to black-yellow great world is actually not the true unknown realm. Only the special spirit qi bestowed by the gods can help them reach the true unknown realm. And if they are not willing to worship them, Yi Xian asked, What will happen? Lin Hai said in a low voice, They will die. Yi Xian glanced at the 5 statues. As Qingya said, these gods were rearing pigs. Gods. That's what they look like. Yi Xian shook his head slightly. Just as he was about to leave, the statue of a god in front of him suddenly opened its eyes. Chapter 756. Lin Hai's expression instantly changed drastically when he witnessed this scene, and he instinctively took a few steps back. The expressions of the one-legged man and Jian Zizai turned solemn. Although a god had just been killed in an instant, this did not mean that these self-proclaimed gods were weak. It should be said that they were only weak in front of that woman. In front of others, they were still gods. Yi Xian turned to look at the god, who was also looking at him. Yi Xian smiled. Why? The god stared at Yi Xian. Remember, I am the origami. As the voice faded, the statue suddenly became illusory, and then turned into nothingness. Origami. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then he led everyone away. The northern region. At this moment, almost all the experts of the black-yellow great world had gathered in the northern region palace. In the northern region, there were only 2 people in the unknown realm. Jian Zizai and the one-legged man. No, Jian Zizai wasn't in the unknown realm yet, But she was no weaker than an unknown realm expert. Half-step unknown realm cultivators were rare as well. They were the current leader of the Xianyuan clan, the leader of the Wu clan, and a mysterious elder from the Bound of Universe. This elderly man was called over by the Xianhuang master. He should be the strongest person in the entire Xianhuang world right now. There weren't many other ascended Feng realm experts either. There were only 39 of them in the northern region, and the Bound of Universe. Almost half of them were from the Bound of Universe. This time around, everyone was equally astounded by the strength of the Xianhuang world, because they had never imagined that the Bound of Universe, which had been silent for so many years, would actually be so powerful. Patience. All these years, the Xianhuang realm had been enduring silently. Of course, they had no choice but to endure, because if the Bound of Universe had revealed its strength before this, it would definitely have been targeted by all the other forces. After all, after the Bound of Universe had declined, most of its territory had been divided by a few major forces. Other than the northern region and the Bound of Universe, there was now another temple. There was one unknown expert on the temple's side, and that was Lin Hai. There were also 7 half-step unknown experts and 13 ascended mystic realm experts. It could be said that the Temple of Gods was the strongest among all the factions. Everyone in the hall was silent. Yi Xian sat at the head of the table, and not far from him was the mysterious Yellow Lord. Now the battle was over, but there was a problem. How should the Xianhuang Great World be divided again? Moreover, was it an alliance now, or was it directly submitting to Yi Xian? Needless to say, the Temple of Gods must have knelt down. His divine soul was in Yi Xian's hands. However, if they were asked to submit to Yi Xian, they would definitely be unwilling. After all, once they submitted, their clans would become someone else's subordinates. No one wanted that. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Everyone, I won't play those tricks with all of you. I have an idea. Why don't we form an alliance? We'll call it the North. We'll be allies, attacking and defending. What do you think?" Alliance. Everyone looked at each other, but no one said anything. At this moment, the mysterious Yellow Lord said with a smile, "Young Master Yi, get to the point. Otherwise, we won't dare to express our opinions." Yi Xian nodded. "To put it simply, everyone is still everyone. You're not my subordinates. Everyone will do their own thing. However, if something happens, then we'll be a whole, and everyone must be united." As he spoke, he looked at everyone and said, "The North Alliance will appoint 7 elders. These 7 elders have the power to dismiss the alliance leader. Not only that, anything that the North Alliance wants to do will need the approval of the 7 elders. What do you think?" Hearing this, everyone began to discuss. The mysterious Yellow Lord glanced at Yi Xian, and did not say anything. At this moment, the Xianyuan clan leader suddenly said, "That's fine, but if one day, someone wants to withdraw," Yi Xian said with a smile, "It's up to everyone. If anyone wants to withdraw, we won't stop them, nor will we harm them." The Xianyuan clan leader nodded slightly. "That's fine. Right now, the Bound of Universe still had enemies, and that was those gods. In fact, they wanted to form an alliance more than Yi Xian, because now, only the people behind Yi Xian could fight against those gods. Without Yi Xian, once those gods came, who could fight against them?" Yi Xian nodded. "Then it's decided. If there's anything, you can discuss it with Xian, and Little Jiu. I'm usually busy, so the 2 of them will help me deal with everything." After saying this, she stood up and left. The Master of Black Yellow glanced at Yi Xian, and then followed him. In the hall, everyone began to discuss. In a garden, Yi Xian and the mysterious Yellow Lord walked slowly. The mysterious Yellow Lord did not speak. Yi Xian said softly, "I know what you're thinking." The mysterious Yellow Lord looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "What are you thinking?" Yi Xian said softly, "You're very ambitious." The mysterious Yellow Lord chuckled. "Having ambition isn't necessarily a bad thing, is it?" Yi Xian nodded. "It's not a bad thing. I can tell you that I don't have much interest in power. I won't choose to be the next alliance leader." The mysterious Yellow Lord looked at Yi Xian. "Little 7. Yi Xian smiled. "I don't know her." Little 7 cared a little about power, Or rather, she wanted to make God Nation stronger. Therefore, he could not guarantee that Little Seven would not want to be the alliance leader. After all, this alliance leader could be said to be the most powerful person in the black-yellow great world. The mysterious Yellow Lord stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. I still don't know your name. The mysterious Yellow Lord retracted his gaze. Li Qingxue. Li Qingxue. Yi Xian nodded. Very nice. After saying this, he walked into the distance. Li Qingxue followed. On the way, Yi Xian said softly, Miss Li, do you think it's meaningful to be the alliance leader of the black-yellow great world? Li Qingxue looked at Yi Xian. What do you mean? Yi Xian looked up at the sky and said softly, even if you become the alliance leader of the black-yellow great world, in the eyes of some experts, you're still like an ant, right? Li Qingxue was silent. Yi Xian said again, your pursuit is not wrong, and I don't want to change anything about you. You can fight for the next alliance leader position with your own strength. I won't help Little Seven. Everyone can choose whoever they want. As for me, I definitely won't be the alliance leader. You can rest assured about that. Li Qingxue was silent for a moment. Do you know that the alliance leader position is equivalent to being able to dominate the entire black-yellow great world? Yi Xian smiled and did not say anything. He continued walking into the distance. Li Qingxue was silent. At this moment, she understood what Yi Xian meant. Even if Yi Xian was not the alliance leader, who in the black-yellow great world would dare to touch him? Not to mention the people behind him, Yi Xian himself was extremely terrifying. After all, the oracle of the temple, Qiao Tian'er, had been subdued by Yi Xian. Strength. When one's strength reached a certain level, one could ignore everything. Li Qingxue was silent for a moment, then she turned and left. Yi Xian returned to his hall and entered the prison pagoda. There was a woman on the first floor. She was the white-haired woman, Qiao Teng. At this moment, Qiao Tian'er was locked by the prisoner character above her head. Yi Xian did not use the prison pagoda to kill her directly. Seeing Yi Xian walk over, Qiao Tian'er was expressionless. What's wrong? Yi Xian smiled. Miss Qiao, you should already know what happened outside. Qiao Tian'er said softly, you win. Yi Xian looked at Qiao Tian. Miss Qiao, what are your plans now? Plan? Qiao Tian'er's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. Plan? After God's head was cut off by that woman, her faith collapsed. Just as that woman had said, God was actually this weak. Thinking of this, Qiao Tian'er shook her head and smiled. Kill me if you want. Yi Xian sat in front of Qiao Tian. Miss Qiao, you are a smart person. Why are you so muddle-headed now? Qiao Tian'er looked at Yi Xian. Why? Yi Xian said softly. Don't you think this is just the beginning? Qiao Tian'er stared at Yi Xian and did not speak. Yi Xian smiled. When Qing'er left, he cut off the restrictions of this world. In other words, there will no longer be any restrictions on the experts of this world, especially top experts like you. There will be no shackles in the future. You should know what this means. Qiao Tian'er was silent. Yi Xian did not say anything else. The woman in front of him was a smart person. She would understand everything. Of course, it would depend on whether the other party wanted to live or not. He would not leave an enemy for himself. A moment later, Qiao Tian'er looked at Yi Xian. What are your conditions? Yi Xian smiled. It seemed that she wanted to live. Well, if they could live, who would want to die? Yi Xian looked at Qiao Tian'er. Miss Qiao, you should understand. Qiao Tian'er said. I don't want to be someone else's slave. Yi Xian walked to Qiao Tian. I don't want you to be my slave. I just want you to follow me for 3 years and help me. After 3 years, you can leave freely. I won't stop you. 3 years. Qiao Tian'er frowned. Yi Xian smiled. In my opinion, the God you believed in before was a slave. But now, I don't want you to submit to me. You're still you. Understand? He paused for a moment before he continued. You're a free person now. Qiao Tian'er fell silent for a moment before she said, all right. Yi Xian waved his right hand, and the prisoner character above Qiao Tian'er's head disappeared. Qiao Tian'er regained her freedom. After regaining her freedom, Qiao Tian'er looked at Yi Xian. Aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word? Yi Xian smiled. You won't. Xiao Tian'er asked why. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Tian. Because you disdain it. Xiao Tian'er remained silent. Pride. Just as Yi Xian had said, the strong had their pride, and she Xiao Tian'er had her own pride. People could die, but they wouldn't do something so shameful. Just as Yi Xian had said, disdain. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Qiao has regained her freedom. Xiao Tian'er looked around and said, this is the fifth-dimensional treasure. Yi Xian nodded. Xiao Tian'er looked at Yi Xian. Can I see it? Yi Xian smiled. Why not? But we have to go out. With that he and Xiao Tian'er left the prison pagoda. Yi Xian waved his right hand, and the prison pagoda landed in front of Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian'er glanced at Yi Xian, and her eyes suddenly turned cold. P.S. It's autumn. Everyone keep warm. Chapter 757. Seeing Xiao Tian'er's cold eyes, Yi Xian smiled and did not speak. Xiao Tian'er did not make a move. Seeing that Xiao Tian'er did not move, Yi Xian smiled. What? Xiao Tian'er shook her head. Yi Xian, don't test human nature, let alone a woman's. Otherwise one day, you will suffer a crushing defeat. Then she turned and left. Yi Xian was silent where he was. Human nature. Most of the time, human nature could not withstand testing. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian turned and left. Now peace had returned to the black-yellow great world, and all the major forces were developing rapidly. In particular, Yi Xian's northern region was like the sun at high noon. In the black-yellow great world, Yi Xian was no longer a match. However, Yi Xian did not let his guard down, because those gods had not truly disappeared. After experiencing so much, Yi Xian also understood one thing. That was, before he possessed absolute strength, he would not be able to live a peaceful life, unless he gave up the prison pagoda. In fact, even if he gave up the prison pagoda, things might not be over. Where there were people, there would be conflict. If there was no conflict, the only way was to be strong, so strong that the enemy would not dare to go against him. There was still a long way to go. Yi Xian came to the top of a mountain. He came to the edge, where he could see half of Tianjiang city. At this moment he thought of a woman. He could not get that woman out of his mind. Brother. At this moment, a voice sounded behind him. Yi Xian turned around. Behind him, a little girl was walking towards him. It was none other than Yi Ling. Seeing Yi Ling, Yi Xian smiled and reached out his hand. Yi Ling walked quickly to him and took his hand. Brother, what are you thinking about? Yi Xian said with a smile. I miss a girl. Yi Ling blinked. Is it the elder sister who killed that god with one strike? Yi Xian nodded. Yi Ling whispered. Brother, she's amazing. Yi Xian laughed. If Linger cultivates properly, she will definitely be as powerful as her in the future. Yi Ling said seriously. I will work very hard. Yi Xian gently rubbed Yi Ling's head. Both of us have to work hard. Yi Ling grinned. Big brother, my immortal Dao sect now has more than 200 people. Over 200 people. Yi Xian laughed. Amazing. Amazing. The immortal Dao sect could be said to be the most special force in the Xianhuang Great World. It was special because the sect master, Yi Ling, was Yi Xian's younger sister. And everyone knew that this Yi Xian was a demon who loved his sister. This was why many people wanted to join the immortal Dao sect. Resources. On the path of cultivation, the most important thing was resources. Obviously, following Yi Ling of the immortal Dao sect was very promising. At this moment, Yi Ling leaned on Yi Xian and whispered, Big brother. Where did she go? Her. Yi Xian was slightly startled. Soon, he understood who Yi Ling was referring to. Dugu Xian. After Dugu Xian left, there was no news of her. Yi Xian had asked Shengguan Xianer to help investigate, but there was still no news. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He felt that Dugu Xian was not simple, and was a bit mysterious. Yi Xian was silent for a moment and then said softly, When the time comes, I will ask Big Sister Xianer to help investigate again. Yi Ling nodded. Big brother, who is our father? Father. Yi Xian was stunned. He was also quite curious about his father because Dugu Xian had never mentioned it to him. Who was that man? After a moment, Yixian shook his head and smiled. Let's not think about this. Anyway, wherever you are, it is home to me. Yiling smiled sweetly, and then leaned her head on Yixian's body. At this moment, a woman came behind Yixian. Jianzizai. Yixian turned to look at Jianzizai. Jianzizai whispered, I'm leaving. Leaving. Yixian was stunned and then asked, Where are you going? Jianzizai smiled and said, To do some things. Yixian was silent. Jianzizai said softly, For a while, those gods should not make any big moves. You need to take advantage of this time to improve yourself, understand? Yixian nodded. I know. Jianzizai gently patted Yixian's shoulder and said with a smile, See you in the future. After saying that, she turned around and disappeared into the distant horizon. She left. She left without the slightest hesitation. Jianzizai. Life was free. Yixian looked at the sky and smiled slightly. Sister, see you in the future. At this time, Shengguanxian came to Yixian. The Taoists are here. Taoists. Yixian frowned slightly. In the previous battle with the Divine Hall, the Taoists had not taken any action. Yixian said calmly, Did they say why they came? Shengguanxian said, They want to see you. Yixian thought for a moment and then said, Tell them that I don't have time. Shengguanxian glanced at Yixian, nodded, and turned to leave. At this time, Yixian suddenly said, Wait a minute, let's go see them. It was the Dao sect's choice not to help him. The Dao sect had no obligation to help him. Moreover, the Dao sect had helped him before. They couldn't forget their kindness just because the other party didn't help him this time. Yixian and Shengguanxian came to the main hall. This time, it was the Taoist Grand Elder. Upon seeing Yixian, the Grand Elder cupped his fists. King Yi. King Yi. Now Yixian's identity was not simple. Even the Taoists did not dare to look down on him. Moreover, they had to respect him in terms of etiquette. Now Yixian had gathered almost all the top experts in the black-yellow great world. Not to mention the people behind Yixian, just Yixian's strength and the people around him were enough to make them fear him. Yixian smiled. The Grand Elder should be looking for Little Seven. The Grand Elder hesitated for a moment and then said, Little Seven is in closed-door cultivation. I can't see him. Yixian nodded. Grand Elder, why are you here this time? The Grand Elder thought for a moment and then said, King Yi, to be honest, I have something to ask of you this time. Yixian smiled. Tell me. The Grand Elder spoke in a low voice. We want the territory of the heaven entrance. Yixian's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. That territory could be said to be the place with the purest spiritual qi in the Xuanhuan Great World. Furthermore, it was once the lair of the Divine Hall. As a result, there was some origin violet qi of this universe there. This origin violet qi was too important to ascended seal stage experts. It could be said to be the best place in the entire Xuanhuan Great World. After all, even though Qing had destroyed all the restrictions set up by the gods of Xuanhuan Great World, there was still very little quintessence violet energy left, because most of it had been taken away by the gods, and the few that remained were all within the heaven entrance. After the battle with the Divine Hall ended, that place had been left empty, regardless of whether it was the Lord of Profound Illusion or the Xianyuan clan. All of them had wanted to take it, but they hadn't spoken about it, because that place should have belonged to Yixian. Yixian had distributed the treasures within it to the various powers, so it would truly be insatiable if he asked for that place as well. However, Yixian hadn't expected that the Dao door would ask for the best place as soon as it arrived. Yixian smiled and remained silent. The Grand Elder spoke in a low voice. King Yi, that place is extremely important to our Dao path, and we must obtain it. Yixian said with a smile. Grand Elder, are you threatening me? The Grand Elder's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, Of course not. King Yi, we have no intention of becoming enemies with you. It's just that that place is truly too important to our Dao path. Yixian suddenly laughed. Grand Elder, what sort of logic is that? I think that the precious treasures and crystals of the Dao path are very important to me as well. What? Does it mean that the Dao path should give them to me? Hearing this, the Grand Elder's expression became a little ugly. Yi Xian chuckled. Grand Elder, that place is not my, Yi Xian's private property. It was exchanged for by the experts of the northern region with their lives. Do you understand what I mean? The Grand Elder's expression became more and more ugly. He naturally knew what Yi Xian meant. In the battle with the temple, the Dao path did not contribute anything, but now they wanted the best result of the northern region. The Grand Elder sighed. King Yi, our Dao path is not asking for that place for nothing. If King Yi gives that place to our Dao path, from now on, our Dao path will form an alliance with the northern region. Yi Xian suddenly said, I don't need it. The Grand Elder's voice stopped abruptly. Yi Xian stared at the Grand Elder. I don't need the Dao path. The Grand Elder's expression was a little ugly. King Yi little 7. Yi Xian walked in front of the Grand Elder. Now I am the king of the northern region. Even if little 7 agrees, I won't agree. After this term, the alliance leader will change. Maybe it will be little 7. At that time, you can go to little 7 again. But now, I don't recommend you go to her because I, Yi Xian, am in charge of the northern region. After saying that, he looked at Shangguan Xianer not far away. Xianer entertained the Grand Elder well, don't neglect him. Shangguan Xianer nodded slightly, okay. Yi Xian looked at the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, I have a lot of things to do, so I won't accompany you. Goodbye. After saying that, he disappeared. In the hall, the Grand Elder was silent, and his face was a little gloomy. Shangguan Xianer suddenly said, Your Excellency, our king is a little unhappy now. Your Excellency better not do anything bad, otherwise, things will become difficult to clean up. After a moment of silence, the Grand Elder turned and left. Shangguan Xianer looked in the direction of the Grand Elder's departure and shook her head. She had already felt that Yi Xian was angry. Yi Xian was usually cheerful, but if he was really angry, things would be very serious. Now that the black-yellow great world had been settled, she didn't want anything else to happen. After a moment, Shangguan Xianer suddenly said, Pass down the order. Pay attention to the Dao sex movements at all times. One must always be on guard against others. In the dark, a black shadow quietly left. After Yi Xian left the hall, Azue suddenly appeared in front of him. Azue looked at Yi Xian. Little friend, is everything over? Yi Xian nodded. It's almost over. Azue nodded slightly. Then I'll have to trouble you to come with me. Yi Xian asked, Senior, who are we going to save? Azue whispered, An Earth Immortal. P.S. There is one more chapter coming out soon. Chapter 758. Earth Immortal? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Senior, what is an Earth Immortal? Azue said, Let's talk while walking. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. Soon, the two of them left Tianjiang City and entered the starry sky. In the starry sky, Yi Xian was riding his sword, and beside him was Azue. Yi Xian smiled. Senior, what is an Earth Immortal? Azue thought for a while and said, A special realm. Yi Xian frowned slightly. A special realm? Azue nodded. A legendary realm, which is a special realm above the unknown realm. Above the unknown realm is creation. The so-called creation is to reach the limit of one's body, to reach the limit of the body and soul. To put it simply, the body and soul are perfectly fused. The experts of this realm have extremely strong soul and body. It can be said that as long as they don't want to die, it is very difficult to die. The white-robed man, the servant of the deity in the temple, should be in this realm. When he attacked, the power of his soul and body were almost perfectly fused. Speaking of this, he paused slightly and said, If he hadn't met someone he shouldn't have met, we wouldn't have been able to kill him even if we gathered all of our strength. Ting. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Not to mention creation. Even deity was beheaded by her sword at this time, Azue said. And this Earth Immortal is after reaching creation, there is another breakthrough, directly breaking through the mortal body and reaching the legendary Earth Immortal realm. Yi Xian asked, That is above the creation level? Zue nodded. Above the creation realm is the Earth Immortal. Reaching the Earth Immortal means that the corporeal body has already left the mortal body. Experts in this realm can easily destroy a world with a wave of their hand. Moreover, they are even more difficult to kill. At least some legendary divine weapons can harm their corporeal body. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Senior, the woman in the plain dress and the woman who killed the deity in a second, what are their realms? Azue was silent. Yi Xian asked again, why? Azue shook his head. I don't know what realm the two of them are at. They are abnormally strong. Something was not right. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Needless to say, no matter if it was the woman in a simple dress or the Qing, both of them were really too ridiculously strong. In Yi Xian's impression, these two women would attack anyone with one sword, never unleashing a second strike. Because of this, their strength had always been a mystery. They had no idea where their limits were. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and asked, Senior Azue, what level of expert was that god from before? Zue thought for a moment and then said, this person did not make a move, I do not know. He did not make a move. Yi Xian's expression turned odd. Azue's expression was a little strange. A god didn't even have the chance to attack. It should be said that as soon as the opponent made a move, he was instantly killed. Under such circumstances, how could he know his opponent's strength? Azue shook his head. Ever since he saw the woman in the plain dress and the woman from before, he suddenly realized that he seemed to still be in the legendary novice village. In terms of martial arts, he was still just a novice. Was this an illusion? Yi Xian suddenly asked, Senior Azue, is the temple the strongest in the four-dimensional universe now? How is that possible? Azue looked at Yi Xian. The temple's strength is naturally not weak, but they are not the strongest in the four-dimensional universe. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, there are other forces? Azue nodded. As far as I know, there are two places that are not weaker than this temple. One is from a very distant life star field. There is a life forbidden zone there. It is said that the Life Lord has rushed through the five-dimensional universe twice. His strength. I'm afraid he has reached an extremely terrifying existence. Yi Xian asked, is he as strong as that woman in the plain dress? Azue hesitated and then said, probably not. Yi Xian nodded slightly. What about the second one? Azue said softly, Dual Realm Sky. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What is that place? Azue said, a place where almost all the top experts in the four-dimensional universe gather. Those who go there, their goal is the five-dimensional universe. That is a particularly tragic place. Many experts rush into the five-dimensional universe. Some can survive, but most die there. Speaking of this, he slightly paused and then said, the person I brought you to see is someone who failed to rush into the five-dimensional universe, causing his body to be damaged. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, can an earth immortal create the five-dimensional universe? Azue said with a smile, break through yourself and pursue the limit. Many times, if people don't force themselves, they will never know how good they are. Yi Xian nodded. That's true. He agreed with Azue's words very much. A person's potential was really endless. However, it was often only in desperate situations that this potential would be stimulated. Azue suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Little friend, you have this kind of strength at such a young age. I have to say, it is very rare. Yi Xian said with a smile. I still need someone to help me. If it wasn't for the help of the plain-dressed woman and Qing heir, he was afraid he would have died 100 times. Azue shook his head. The strength of Deity Templar is not something you can match. With your potential, in the near future, Deity Templar will not be able to do anything to you. Yi Xian said with a smile. Let's see if they will let me live until then. Azue nodded. That's true. If I were Deity Templar, I would absolutely not let you continue to grow. Speaking of this, he glanced at Yi Xian. Little friend, the road ahead is not smooth. You still need to work hard. Yi Xian said with a smile. Of course. Saying that, he looked at the distant starry sky. Senior, is this Earth Immortal Senior easy to get along with? Azue glanced at Yi Xian. He may not be easy to get along with before, but now he should not dare. He should not have any malicious intent towards you. He did not forget what the plain-dressed woman said at that time. Yi Xian hesitated, and then said, You also know that I have a fifth-dimensional treasure, the opponent. It was not that he was afraid, but if he saved an enemy it would be a pain in the ass. Azue said with a smile, he won't. Saying that, he looked into the distance. He's here. Saying that, Yixian looked up. Not far away, there stood a man wrapped in a shroud. In the man's body he felt a sword chi. A powerful sword chi. At this time, the shroud man looked at Yixian. Little friend, thank you for your trouble. Yixian walked in front of the shroud man. Senior, how can I help you? The shroud man said. Just get rid of the sword chi in my body. Yixian nodded slightly. He opened his palm. And in an instant, the sword chi in the shroud man's body flew into his palm. At this time, the shroud man regained his freedom, and a powerful aura came out of his body. This aura suddenly disappeared when it approached Yixian. After a moment, the shroud man looked at Yixian, and said with a smile. Little friend, are you master and disciple with that plain-dressed woman? Yixian thought for a moment, and then said, half. He always felt that the plain-dressed woman's relationship with him was not like that of a master and disciple, but a bit like that of a relative. The shroud man nodded slightly. No matter what, thank you little friend for coming to help this time. Yixian said with a smile. It's a small matter. If there is nothing else, Junior will take his leave. After saying that, he was about to leave. He had never thought of building a relationship with such a formidable martial artist. Because their strengths were not equal, it was enough to form a good relationship. At this time, the shroud man suddenly said, Little friend, please wait. Yixian stopped and turned to look at the shroud man. Senior? The shroud man smiled slightly. I am Guanjun, and everyone calls me Guanxian. Yixian nodded. Is there something Senior Guanxian needs? Guanjun nodded. Little friend, I cannot let you come here for nothing. How about this? I want to go to a mystic realm. If you have nothing else to do, you can come with me. There might be a fortuitous encounter there. Mystic realm? Yixian asked. What mystic realm? Guanjun smiled. A special mystic realm. I am also going to try my luck and see if there is a fortuitous encounter there. Yixian thought for a moment and then said, that is a good thing. Junior is willing to go with Senior. Fortuitous encounter. He was now at the Thear-cranked realm. Guanjun laughed. All right, let's go then. As he spoke, the three disappeared into the distant starry sky. Black-Yellow Great World. Shangguanxian, and Jiangjiu were handling government affairs in the main hall. Now that all the major forces in Black-Yellow Great World had formed an alliance, there were many more things to deal with than before. Yixian and Little Seven were completely in charge of the affairs of the North Alliance. Yixian and Little Seven basically did not deal with the internal affairs of the North Alliance. It was all handled by the two of them. The two women's current status and identity were very special in the Xianhuang Great World. Although they were not very strong, no one dared to look down on them. Even the Xianyuan clan and the other clan leaders of the major forces were very polite when they saw them. On this day, the Dao faction's Grand Elder came to Tianjiang City once again. Grand Elder was just about to enter the main hall when a northern region martial artist blocked his way. This is an important place. You are not allowed to trespass. Grand Elder said in a low voice. Please inform the God Nation's Divine Master Little Seven that someone from the Dao faction requests an audience. That northern region martial artist shook his head. His Majesty Little Seven is in seclusion and is temporarily unable to receive guests. Grand Elder frowned slightly. Still in seclusion? As he spoke, he looked into the main hall. Then please inform King Yi. That northern region martial artist shook his head again. King Yi is currently not in the city. He is unable to see you. Not in the city. Grand Elder's eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment of silence, he turned and left. Soon, Grand Elder came to a place in the clouds. Not far in front of him stood a middle-aged man. This person was the Dao faction's current sect master, Jiang Wu. Grand Elder walked in front of Jiang Wu and said in a low voice, Yixian is not in the city. Little Seven is in seclusion. This is our chance. P.S. Sorry I worked too late last night and couldn't wake up early today. Sorry. Chapter 759. Hearing the great elder's words, Jiang Wu looked at him coldly. How stupid are you? The great elder's face was full of astonishment. Patriarch. Jiang Wu looked down at Tianjiang City and said softly, don't you know how strong the northern region is now? Not to mention the person behind Yi Xian. The experts in the northern region are enough to deal with our Dao sect. Besides, Yi Xian might look harmless, jovial, and frivolous, but deep down he was a ruthless person. We didn't help him before, but now we come to ask for benefits. He is already a bit unhappy. If we use force now, with his personality, I'm afraid he will directly destroy our Dao sect. Destroy Dao sect. In the past, Yi Xian would definitely not be able to do it. But now, the northern region could do it. Moreover, not to mention the mysterious killing goddess, Jianzizai and Azue were enough to give Dao sect a headache. The great elder said in a deep voice, are we just going to give up like this? Jiang Wu shook his head. We can't give up, but we can't use force. We can only use force. Let's start with Xiaoqi. Wait for her to come out of seclusion. After saying that, he turned around and disappeared. The great elder glanced at Tianjiang City, then turned around and left. Just after the two left, a woman suddenly appeared in the field. It was Qiao Ting. Qiao Tianer looked in the direction the two left with cold eyes. After a moment, Qiao Tianer turned around and left. At the end of the distant starry sky, Yi Xian was flying on his sword. Beside him was Azue. Yi Xian didn't know where he was now. In any case, he just followed Guanjun. Along the way, he found that Guanjun was also a person who was easy to get along with and basically answered all his questions. He also gained a lot from following Guanjun. At this moment, Guanjun suddenly said, little friend, do you have that fifth-dimensional treasure on you? Yi Xian looked at Guanjun and said with a smile, Senior knows this treasure? Guanjun nodded. I have heard of it. Yi Xian smiled. That treasure is indeed in my hands. Guanjun looked at Yi Xian. Little friend, this item is extraordinary, many people covet it, little friend. When he spoke up to hear, he seemed to have thought of something and shook his head with a smile. If they come looking for you, then they're overestimating themselves. A woman in a plain dress. Guanjun's heart palpitated at the thought of that woman. With this woman around, those people who came looking for trouble with Yi Xian were really courting death. He didn't feel the slightest bit of resentment towards being defeated by the woman in a simple dress. Conversely, he was slightly grateful. The other party had made him understand what it meant by there would always be someone better than you. After that battle, his current state of mind was completely different from before. Before, he was a glass full of water, but now, this glass of water had been emptied by him. This was a fresh start. Guanjun collected his thoughts and asked, little friend, is she from the fifth dimension? Yi Xian shook his head. No. Guanjun nodded slightly. He was about to say something, but at this moment he seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly looked up. At the end of the starry sky, there stood a towering ancient tree. This ancient tree was enormous, covering the entire starry sky, blocking out the sun and sky. This ancient tree stood in the starry sky, exuding a strange aura around it. Beside Yi Xian, Guanjun said softly, we're here. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Senior, what is this? Guanjun said softly, the divine tree of life. The divine tree of life? Yi Xian looked at the ancient tree. I've never heard of it. Guanjun smiled. It's normal that little friend has never heard of it. Not many people know of it. This tree is not simple, because it's the earliest tree in our fourth dimension. Yi Xian was a little surprised. The earliest tree? Guanjun nodded. The reason why this tree is not simple is because it has the water of life, which is a good thing. It can heal all injuries in the world. To be honest, this time I came to find this water of life, to repair my body and soul. I hope I can gain something this time. After saying this, he walked into the distance. Just as Yi Xian was about to follow, Guanjun suddenly said, little friend, please wait. This tree is not something you can fight now. Yi Xian nodded and retreated. Guanjun suddenly appeared in front of the divine tree of life. At this moment, the divine tree suddenly wriggled, and as it wriggled, a monstrous pressure directly crushed towards Guanjun. Boom! The surrounding space was like boiling water, extremely frightening. Yi Xian's expression instantly became solemn. This tree was not ordinary. Not far away, Guanjun waved his right hand, and a powerful force directly blocked the pressure. Guanjun looked at the divine tree of life. Your Excellency, I only ask for a little bit of the divine tree of life. If your Excellency is willing to help, I will owe your Excellency a favor, and I will repay it in the future. At this moment, an ancient tree face suddenly appeared above Guanjun's head. Looking at Guanjun coldly, leave my territory. Guanjun slightly pondered. Your Excellency, can't you make an exception for once? The corner of the tree face's mouth curled into a sneer. Make an exception? You humans are greedy by nature. Will you be satisfied if I give you a little? Guanjun solemnly said. I only ask for a little bit of healing. The tree face was expressionless. No, not even a drop. Guanjun slightly narrowed his eyes, slowly clenching his right hand. The tree face coldly said, Human, not to mention the current you, even at your peak, you can't do anything to me. If you don't want to be injured, you'd better leave now. Guanjun clenched his hands, silent. Injury. Guanjun solemnly said. Your Excellency, my injury can only be healed by this water of life. If I give up, what awaits me is a slow death. In other words, he was going all out. The tree face stared at Guanjun. You can try. Guanjun slightly nodded. My apologies. With that, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. The next moment, a powerful force swept toward the tree of life. Rumble. In the distance, the space violently surged. At this moment, the branches of the divine tree of life suddenly surged towards Guanjun. In an instant, Guanjun was enveloped by the branches and explosions resounded. Yi Xian and Azue's expressions became extremely solemn. The tree of life's strength was much stronger than they had imagined. Suddenly, there was a sudden explosion in the distance, followed by a figure hurriedly retreating. This person was Guanjun. Soon, Guanjun stopped, a smear of blood slowly flowing from the corner of his mouth. Defeated, Guanjun stared at the tree of life in the distance, his eyes filled with dread. At this moment, he finally understood why no one had coveted this tree of life. Because it was strong enough. The tree face glanced at Guanjun. I won't see you out. At this moment, it suddenly looked at Yi Xian, a trace of surprise flashing in its eyes. Human, why do I sense a familiar aura on you? A familiar aura? Guanjun and Azue looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was a little confused. A familiar aura? I'm not familiar with this guy. At this moment, the tree face suddenly approached Yi Xian, startling Yi Xian. Fortunately, this guy didn't seem to have any ill intentions. The tree face stared at Yi Xian. You have her aura on you. Yi Xian hesitated, then asked, Who? The tree face said in a low voice. Do you know a little furry white guy? Yi Xian was stunned, then quickly said, Is it that little guy who especially likes to eat candied haws? Candied haws? The tree face nodded. Yes. Yi Xian said seriously, I know her. The tree face glanced at Yi Xian. Are you very familiar with her? Yi Xian said seriously, Of course I'm very familiar with her. I've treated her to candied haws. The tree face was silent for a moment, then asked again, Who else is with her? This guy doesn't believe me. Yi Xian said. There's a swordsman with her. Oh, there's also a little girl with horns on her head, right? The tree face looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly asked Xiao Linger to take out the sword of the man in green at the top of the tower. When it saw the sword, the tree face's expression suddenly changed. You actually have his sword. Yi Xian nodded. Yes, we're very familiar with each other. The tree face was silent. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, Senior, my friend is injured. If it's not too much of a problem, could you give him some spring of life to heal? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Guanjun was slightly startled. He glanced at Yi Xian but didn't say anything. The tree face was silent for a moment, then said, It's not difficult. It's just a little spring of life. Guanjun looked at the tree face. At this moment, 2 emerald green liquids suddenly floated in front of Guanjun's spring of life. Seeing these 2 drops of spring of life, Yi Xian was moved. The energy contained in these 2 drops of spring of life was too pure. If he absorbed it, it would definitely be of great benefit. Guanjun glanced at the tree of life and slightly cupped his fists. Thank you. After saying that, he put away the 2 drops of spring of life, then looked at Yi Xian again. Little friend Yi, words cannot express my gratitude. I, Guanjun, will remember this favor. Yi Xian smiled. It's just a small matter. Guanjun nodded. Shall we leave now? Wait. At this moment, the tree of life suddenly said. The 3 of them looked at the tree of life, and the latter looked at Yi Xian. I want to invite you to come to the tree hall for a gathering. Yi Xian asked, alone? The tree face nodded. Guanjun frowned slightly. At this moment, the tree face said in a deep voice, I won't hurt him. I mean him no harm. Guanjun thought for a moment, then sent a voice transmission to Yi Xian using Xian Qi. Little friend, this may be your opportunity. Go with him, and if you encounter any danger, you can inform me. Yi Xian nodded, then he followed the tree face into the distance. Azue suddenly said, will there be danger? Guanjun shook his head. It won't play any tricks. Saying that, he looked at Yi Xian's back and whispered, this little friend is not simple. Azue nodded in agreement. Soon, Yi Xian followed the face to the center of the tree. There was a tree house at the center of the tree. At this moment, a voice sounded from the tree house. I didn't expect to see the son of an old friend here. Chapter 760. Son of an old friend? Yi Xian was stunned. At this moment, the voice sounded again. Come in. Yi Xian walked into the tree house. In the inner room of the house, sat a woman. There was a curtain in front of the woman, and Yi Xian could not see her true face. He did not probe with his divine sense because it was impolite. Yi Xian said solemnly, what did Senior mean by that? The woman smiled and said, you don't know? Yi Xian frowned slightly. What should I know? The woman was silent for a moment, then said, nothing. Since you don't know, then I won't say anything more. You will understand everything in the future. Yi Xian, the woman smiled and said, since you are the son of an old friend, I can't let you return empty-handed. Ashu, take him to the heart of the spring. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the tree face, but it did not think much and nodded immediately. Yes. After saying that, it looked at Yi Xian. Your Excellency, please come with me. Yi Xian glanced at the woman, then left with the tree face. After Yi Xian left, the woman suddenly smiled and said, interesting. Yi Xian followed the tree face to a small pool. When he saw this small pool, Yi Xian was stunned. Spring of life. A full pool. Yi Xian was a little jealous. At this moment, the tree face suddenly said, go down. Go down? Yi Xian was stunned, then said excitedly, are you giving it all to me to drink? The corner of the tree face's eye twitched slightly. I want you to go down and wash your body, not drink it all. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly, then said, this can wash the body? The tree face nodded, go down. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and without saying anything, he jumped directly in. Comfortable. This was Yi Xian's first feeling. At this moment, he felt warm all over, very comfortable. On the side, the tree face looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. At this time, Xiaolinger suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. She glanced at the spring of life and blinked her eyes. Yi Xian hurriedly said, don't mess around. She had already let him soak in the spring. If he did anything else, it would be a little immoral. Xiaolinger was still blinking. If this spring of life was used to water the spirit tree and refine pills, thinking of this, Xiaolinger's eyes sparkled. Yi Xian knew that this little fellow did not intend to give up on the spring of life. Just as he was about to speak, Xiaolinger suddenly looked at the tree face. Can you give me some spring water? Not too much, just half will do. Half. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. This is not a lot. The corner of the tree face's eyes twitched. This is not much. Xiaolinger blinked. Is that a lot? I only want half. The tree face looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned his head, indicating that he did not know this little fellow. The tree face was silent. Xiaolinger suddenly clenched her small fists. Are you not going to give it to me? The tree face looked at Xiao Linger. Are you going to rob it? Xiao Linger nodded honestly. I have this idea. Yi Xian. The tree face suddenly smiled. How are you going to rob it? Xiao Linger said softly. Then I will really rob it. The tree face nodded and smiled. You can rob it. As long as you can rob it, it is yours. On the side, Yi Xian, who was about to speak, suddenly shut his mouth. Qingcheng Yi family, ancestral temple. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as the crown prince will be removed and Yi Lang will succeed him. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. And on both sides were the Yi family elders. Why? At this moment, a somewhat timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral temple. Everyone looked at the voice and saw a little girl standing at the door. The little girl was about 12 or 13 years old. Her two small hands were tightly holding the hem of her skirt. Her face was sickly pale, looking a little weak, and there was a trace of timidity in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling. She was Yi Xian's biological sister. When she heard that the family wanted to remove Yi Xian, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral temple and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the crown prince. Why did you remove him for no reason? The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a family matter. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and entered the ancestral temple. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li family over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the family is using a groundless excuse to remove him from the position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged. Whether he is removed or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men drag her away. At this time the new crown prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly. Then do it 30 times. Soon 2 guards of the Yi mansion rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is not fair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years. Even now he is fighting for the family. The family is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard laughed coldly. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of crown prince. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry. She only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Long sized up the guard and asked with a smile, What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded slightly. Drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Do not hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to see something and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Ling's face turned ugly. Yi Xian raised his head to look at Yi Lang and snarled, "Your men!" As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling in such a state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Qingqing Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors above. Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. "Why?" At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince. Why did you discard him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan. Why are you interrupting? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides. "Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we do not know if he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is unfair." "Impudent!" The great elder suddenly raged. "Discard him or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. "She should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog her 30 times. Soon 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he is risking his life for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you shouting about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry. She only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang sized up the guard and asked with a smile, "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed. "This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince." Yi Lang nodded slightly. "Drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't show mercy." "Understood." Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, A young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger, leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man! How dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and snarled, "Your man!" As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts!" Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Chapter 761. Decent person? The corner of the purple-robed woman's mouth raised slightly. "I just said there are many beautiful women there. I didn't say what you should do. What are you thinking?" "Yi Xian." The purple-robed woman shook her head. "Let's go." After saying that, she turned and left. Yi Xian said, "Senior, I want to say goodbye to my friend." In the distance, the purple-robed woman's voice came, "Hurry up." Yi Xian nodded. Yi Xian found the tree face. "Senior, thank you." If the tree face insisted on him returning the spring of life, he would still return it. One can be shameless, but one must have a bottom line. The tree face nodded slightly. "It's just a small matter." Yi Xian shook his head. "It's not a small matter. In short, I, Yi Xian, will remember this favor." The tree face glanced at Yi Xian and nodded slightly. "Little friend, take care." Yi Xian cupped his fists. "Let's meet again in the future." After saying that, he turned and left. Looking at Yi Xian's departing figure, the tree face was silent for a long time, shook its head, and turned to leave. As the purple-robed woman said, it would be good karma. As for what would happen in the future, only God knows. After Yi Xian left the God Tree of Life, he found Azue and Guanjun. Seeing that Yi Xian was safe, Guanjun and Azue looked relieved. Yi Xian flicked his finger, and 2 jade bottles fell in front of Guanjun and Azue. Guanjun and Azue glanced at it, and their expressions changed slightly. These 2 jade bottles were full of spring of life. Yi Xian said, "2 seniors, this thing should be very useful to you." Guanjun said in a deep voice, "Little friend, your gift is too big." Spring of life. That was a holy healing medicine. In a fight, if one of them took a drop of spring of life after fighting to a certain extent, it could almost be said to be full of blood. The value of this full bottle of spring of life was truly immeasurable. Yi Xian smiled and said, "There's nothing heavy about it. If Senior didn't bring me here, I wouldn't have this fortuitous encounter either. In short, please don't refuse." Guanjun thought about it and nodded. "Thank you very much." With that, he put away the bottle of spring of life. Yi Xian looked at Azue. Azue hesitated and then put it away. This thing was really important to him. With this spring of life, there was a very good chance that he could recover from his crippled body. A divine item like the spring of life was something he didn't even dare to think about. After all, the tree of life's strength wasn't something he could contend against. Was this good karma? Azue glanced at Yi Xian. He didn't refuse and put away the jade bottle. He didn't say thank you because he couldn't express his gratitude with words. Yi Xian smiled. "Seniors, I'm going to a place with a senior. So let's say goodbye here." Guanjun nodded slightly. Little friend has a treasure. No matter who you are with, it's best to be careful. Yixian nodded. Thank you for the reminder. Seniors, farewell. With that, he turned and left. In the same place, Guanjun suddenly said, he has a grudge with the temple? Azue nodded. Guanjun said, since we have nowhere to go, why not go to the black-yellow great world for a stroll? What do you think? Azue thought about it. Okay. Soon the two disappeared. Yixian found the purple-clothed woman. He still couldn't see her appearance. He couldn't sense her strength either. On the way, the purple-clothed woman flew in the air. Yixian followed beside the purple-clothed woman. Senior, where are we going? The purple-clothed woman said. You'll know when we get there. Yixian said, can't you say? The purple-clothed woman smiled. Let me ask you a question. Yixian nodded. Senior, please ask. The purple-clothed woman asked. Do you hate your father? Yixian was stunned. He didn't expect the purple-clothed woman to ask this. The purple-clothed woman said, why? Yixian thought about it and said, I've never thought about this. To put it simply, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. As for father, he and Yiling didn't have any concept. The brother and sister were used to relying on each other. The purple-clothed woman was silent for a moment, and then sighed. Some things are more complicated than you can imagine. You've come this far, so you should understand how big this world is. You should also understand how special you are. Yixian frowned. I'm special? The purple-clothed woman said indifferently. Aren't you? Think about all the things that have happened to you since you obtained this tower. Yixian said in a deep voice. Senior seems to know a lot of things I don't. The purple-clothed woman smiled. Yes. Yixian asked, Senior, do you know the plain-clothed woman? The purple-clothed woman suddenly stopped and fell silent. Yixian asked again, do you know her? The purple-clothed woman nodded. I know her. Yixian said. I want to know about Dao Yi. The purple-clothed woman smiled. About her? What do you want to know? Yixian asked. What does Senior know? The purple-clothed woman said. She almost destroyed a universe with one sword. Yixian. The purple-clothed woman suddenly looked at Yixian. Live well. When that woman goes crazy, she can destroy this four-dimensional universe. Yixian hesitated and said, although she has a bad temper, she shouldn't be that crazy, right? The purple-clothed woman smiled. Not that crazy. When that woman becomes ruthless. She shook her head. Let's not talk about her. Yixian. The purple-clothed woman smiled. Back to the topic, if you see your father, what will you do? Yixian smiled. I haven't thought about it, and I don't want to think about it. He looked at the purple-clothed woman. Senior, who are you? The purple-clothed woman smiled. Someone who is related to you. Yixian was about to ask something when the purple-clothed woman suddenly said, We're here. Yixian looked up. In the starry sky not far away, there was a huge statue. On the statue's shoulder, there was a furry little white guy. This statue was not unfamiliar to Yixian. It was the statue of the green-clothed man. It was that green-clothed swordsman again. Behind this green-clothed swordsman was an ancient temple floating in the starry sky. Flying swords flew above the temple from time to time. Yixian looked at the purple-clothed woman. Sword sect? The purple-clothed woman nodded. Sword sect. Yixian said in a deep voice. Senior, why are there so many sword sect in this universe? Moreover, the founder of this sword sect is this green-clothed man. The purple-clothed woman smiled. Because he is the sect leader of these sword sect founders. Therefore, after these sect leaders establish the sword sect, they only respect one person as the founder, and that is him. Yixian said in a deep voice. Where is he now? The purple-clothed woman shrugged. I don't know. Yixian. The purple-clothed woman said. Let's go. After that, the two walked to the statue of the green-clothed man. The purple-clothed woman looked at the statue. Then her eyes fell on the little white guy on the statue's shoulder. Seeing this little white guy, the purple-clothed woman smiled. I quite miss this little guy. After that, She walked towards the ancient temple in the distance. Yi Xian glanced at the little white guy. He is familiar with this little white guy. This little guy seems to be very familiar with Xiaoling. Moreover, this little white guy likes to eat candied haws. Candied haws. Yi Xian shook his head with a smile, and then he walked over. Before long, Yi Xian and the purple-clothed woman arrived in front of the ancient temple. The sword sect is empty. There is not a single person here. It is very cold and deserted. Yi Xian said softly. Senior, what is this sword sect? The purple-clothed woman said. They are gone. After that, she shook her head slightly. Nothing is eternal. After that, she walked quickly into the ancient temple. Yi Xian followed her. After entering the ancient temple, Yi Xian found that the ancient temple is very empty. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings. In the end, his gaze fell on the 3 wooden puppets on the right. He has seen such wooden puppets in the past. There is one in the World Prison Pagoda. However, that wooden puppet is unable to keep up with his strength. Meanwhile, the purple-clothed woman suddenly said, Wooden sword puppets. As she spoke, she walked over to the 3 wooden puppets and smiled. They are still intact. Yi Xian pointed at the 3 wooden puppets. Senior, do you want them? The purple-clothed woman laughed. I don't want them. You can have them. Yi Xian didn't refuse and directly took them. The purple-clothed woman smiled. Come with me. As she spoke, she walked to the left. Soon, she brought Yi Xian to an inner hall. There were 7 statues in this inner hall. 2 of them were women and 5 of them were men. Each of them had a sword hanging from their waists. Yi Xian looked at the purple-clothed woman. This is. The purple-clothed woman said softly. In the past, some experts of this sword sect. Yi Xian grinned. Inheritance, right? Inheritance. He loved inheritance. The purple-clothed woman nodded slightly. Your sword Dao is too complicated. You need someone to sort it out for you so that you have a clear understanding of sword Dao. You can't just blindly practice like this. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. Your current battle strength is all because of the pile of divine armors and divine skills. But in terms of sword Dao, you are like a rookie. Actually, it's normal. How could that plain-clothed woman understand these basic things? She can only give you a general direction. Later, learn well and ask carefully, understand? Yi Xian nodded. Understood. He felt that the purple-clothed woman was right. He was really confused about sword Dao now. When he fought now, it was all about equipment and divine skills. If this went on, it definitely wouldn't work. Because sword Dao would stagnate. As for divine armors and divine skills, if one didn't have the support of a powerful sword Dao, then the battle strength they could bring forth would be limited. The purple-clothed woman didn't say anything. She just waved her right hand. The 6 statues suddenly trembled violently. After that, 6 illusory figures appeared in the sky above the statues. The 6 of them looked at the purple-clothed woman. One of the old men suddenly said with shock, You are? Chapter 762. The corners of the woman's mouth lifted slightly. Who am I? The old man took a deep look at the woman before bowing slightly. He did not say anything else. The woman smiled. I found a successor for all of you. The old man and the others looked at Yi Xian when they heard this. In next to no time, a wisp of surprise flashed in their eyes. The old man who was the leader of the group directly appeared before Yi Xian. He grabbed Yi Xian's arm and a mysterious force instantly surged into Yi Xian's body. A short while later, the old man was shocked. This is that bloodline? The woman nodded. There's no need to doubt his identity. This little fellow has only come into contact with the sword Dao for a short time, so his understanding of it isn't very high. The 6 of you should help him sort it out, so that he has a new understanding of the sword Dao. The old man sized up Yi Xian. His sword Dao. Why is it different from the founding ancestors' sword Dao? The woman smiled. It was someone else who led him onto the path of the sword Dao. However, that person's attainments in the sword Dao are too high, so he only gave him a clear path. As for these low-level things, that person clearly has no interest in caring about them. He's been letting him ponder them on his own. However, he doesn't seem to be very good at it. His sword is too complicated and not pure enough. Moreover, this little fellow is quite confused about the sword Dao. Help him sort it out so that he can understand the system of the sword Dao. The old man nodded. Since he's his descendant, we will naturally do our best to help him. The woman nodded. She looked at Yi Xian. Learn well and ask well. Yi Xian bowed slightly. Understood. The woman did not say anything else. She turned and left. Yi Xian looked at the 6 of them and bowed respectfully. Thank you, seniors. In front of Yi Xian, the old man looked at Yi Xian. What is swordsmanship? Yi Xian thought about it and said, I don't know. The others were speechless. Yi Xian felt quite awkward. In truth, he did not know what the sword Dao was either. He had never thought about it. Sword doctrine? In his heart, the sword could kill enemies and protect his loved ones. That was all. As for the rest, he really didn't think too much about it. At this moment, a woman beside the old man suddenly said, Not knowing might not be a bad thing. The old man nodded. Indeed. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. Sit down cross-legged, calm your chi and focus. We will communicate spiritually with you. After Yi Xian sat down cross-legged, images of the 6 people appeared in his mind. The old man said, The general direction of your sword Dao isn't wrong, but it's slightly lacking in the details. Let me tell you about the realms of the sword Dao. The realms of the sword Dao are roughly divided into 6. Simple, void, true, clear, broken, and mortal. These 6 realms represent a person's attainments in the way of the sword. Your current attainments in the way of the sword are at the void realm. Yi Xian was stunned. So low. The old man smiled and said, Strictly speaking, you haven't even reached emptiness. Yi Xian fell silent. The old man continued. Let me tell you about the 6 realms of the sword Dao in detail. The first is the simple realm. It means that it's simple. A beginner in the sword Dao emphasizes on having a solid foundation and doesn't care about all those fancy things. This is actually the most unadorned because it's very simple. After the simple realm is the void realm. At this time, a sword cultivator will enter a dazzling world of the sword Dao. Because at this time, the sword cultivator will have come into contact with all sorts of fancy sword techniques or divine techniques. It's also at this time that a sword cultivator attains the void realm from the simple realm. When he spoke up to this point, he looked at Yi Xian. You're at the void realm now. The general direction of your sword Dao isn't wrong, but you've lost yourself in the void realm. In other words, you must clearly see what true is within the void, and that's the true realm. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. How should I do that? The old man said. What's your strongest sword technique? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, The immeasurable sword. The old man nodded. Execute it for us. The 6 of us will find your flaws and allow you to see through these obstacles. Yi Xian nodded, and then he executed the immeasurable sword. Of course, he was using his mind to visualize it and not actually executing it. If he did, then this entire place would be destroyed by this attack of his. The 6 of them fell silent after Yi Xian executed the immeasurable sword. Yi Xian was about to speak when the old man suddenly said, Let's talk about your flaws instead. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, one of the women smiled and said, Little fellow, to tell you the truth, this sword technique of yours is practically flawless. Perhaps it is, but the 6 of us aren't able to see through it with our attainments in the sword Dao. Even though it doesn't have any flaws, you have many flaws as well. It's truly a waste for you to use such a sword technique right now. Yi Xian was speechless. The old man nodded slightly as well. Needless to say, the might of this sword technique of yours is extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, your attainments in the sword Dao and strength are rather low right now, so you're unable to bring forth its true might. Yi Xian nodded. Then please tell me about my flaws. The old man said. Your flaw is that your attainments in the sword Dao are too low. What you need to do now is see through the void and attain the true. Execute another sword technique, and we'll discuss it with you. You'll understand when the time comes. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he executed the life and death sword. The old man and the others fell silent again after he performed life and death with one sword. Meanwhile, the woman who spoke earlier spoke abruptly. Are you a demon? Yi Xian gazed at her and was puzzled. Senior, what do you mean? The woman shook her head. Don't you have any low-level sword techniques? Yi Xian was speechless. The woman chuckled. Those 2 sword techniques of yours aren't things that we can evaluate. Of course, while we can't evaluate sword techniques, we can evaluate people. I have to say, kid, it's quite a waste to give them to you. Yi Xian's face darkened. She's definitely trying to put me down on purpose. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly smiled. Those 2 sword techniques of yours are too high level, and they really aren't things that we can evaluate. Do you have any sword techniques of a lower level? Don't use such high-level techniques. Otherwise, we won't be able to continue our conversation. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he casually executed a sword technique. A short while later the old man said, Did you notice anything different? Yi Xian thought for a moment before he replied, The might of my sword technique isn't strong enough. The old man was speechless. The woman and the others shook their heads and chuckled. The old man sighed. Did you see that? You've relied heavily on such a powerful sword technique. It's not a bad thing, but you've relied too much on it and forgotten the essence of your sword Dao. Little do you know that the more powerful a sword technique is, the more it will eat away at your attainments in the sword Dao. Yi Xian nodded. He knew that he was a little reliant on sword skills like infinite sword and external items, but he had no choice. He had to rely on them because his enemies were all those old monsters, the old man said. Let's start from the beginning. Soon, Yi Xian and the 6 others started to discuss, or to be more precise, they were being tamed. However, he was very happy because these 6 people's attainments in the sword Dao far surpassed his, and the knowledge of the sword Dao they spoke about had benefited him greatly. Just like that, time passed bit by bit outside the hall. The woman in purple arrived at the back of the hall. There was a small bamboo house on the cliff, and there was only a tea table in the bamboo house. The woman in purple did not enter the bamboo house. She stood in front of the bamboo house in silence for a long time before she said softly, Can the dead really come back to life? There was no response. A moment later, the woman in purple turned and left. Inside the hall, Yi Xian was still sitting cross-legged on the ground. Just like that, time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, Yi Xian had not left the hall, and the 6 sword sect experts around him had become more and more illusory. Another half a month passed. On this day, Yi Xian suddenly stood up, and in front of him, the 6 people had become completely illusory and were about to disappear. Yi Xian bowed respectfully to the 6 people. Thank you, 6 seniors. The old man in the lead smiled and said, How do you feel now? Yi Xian said softly, I feel like I've just started. The old man's smile became wider. Very good, very good. Yi Xian bowed again to the 6 people. 6 seniors, great kindness. This junior will never forget. The old man smiled and said, We're all on the same side. No need to be so polite. On the same side? Yi Xian was a little confused. The old man frowned slightly. You don't know who you are? Yi Xian. At this moment, the woman by the old man's side suddenly said, He probably doesn't know. Yi Xian said, Please enlighten me, senior. The old man hesitated and shook his head. It's nothing. Now your path of the sword Dao is clear, but if you want to walk this path well, you need to constantly work hard and never forget your original intention. Remember, if your original intention does not change, then you can be invincible. As soon as he finished speaking, he and the people around him disappeared completely. His original intention does not change. In the hall, Yi Xian was silent for a long time, and in the end he turned and left. Outside the hall, he saw the woman in purple. The woman smiled and said, How do you feel? Yi Xian said, I gained a lot. The woman in purple asked again, What realm are you in now? Yi Xian said solemnly, True realm. He had now advanced from the void realm to the true realm. It was also at this moment that he felt that his sword Dao had just begun because he had truly understood the essence of some things. When he executed sword techniques, he knew what was useful and what was useless. Simply put, He felt that he was now on the right track. The woman in purple smiled and said, "Very good. Let's go. I'll take you to a dangerous place now." Dangerous place? Yi Xian asked, "What place?" The corners of the woman's mouth curled up slightly. The strong like that place, and the weak fear that place. P.S. Does anyone want to play a cameo? Everyone can leave their names. Thank my friends who support me, especially those who silently tipped and voted. Some friends read books without saying a word, but they've been supporting me in secret. Thank you. I've been saving manuscripts recently. Chapter 763. I'm going to a new place again. Yi Xian thought about it and said, "All right." How could he be unable to discern that the violet-clothed woman before him was helping him? This was his fortuitous encounter. "I can't miss it." The woman smiled and said, "Let's go." In next to no time, the two of them vanished. On the way, Yi Xian asked, "Senior, are you very familiar with that man in green clothes?" The woman smiled and said, "Guess." Yi Xian was speechless. "Guess what?" The woman glanced at Yi Xian and said, "You want to ask me why I keep helping you, right?" Yi Xian nodded and said, "Yes." The woman smiled and said, "Didn't I say it already? You're the son of an old friend." Yi Xian thought for a while. Then he said, "Okay." The woman suddenly asked, "You're at odds with the temple?" Yi Xian nodded and said, "They insist on doing something to me. I have no choice." The woman said softly, "This force isn't that simple. Those gods aren't weak either. You have to be careful." Yi Xian nodded and said, "Senior knows those gods?" The woman smiled and said, "They aren't really gods. However, they aren't simple either. They're all people who once shook the world." Yi Xian looked at the woman and said, "Can you beat them?" The woman laughed and said, "Don't even think about it. I won't go and beat those gods for you. You have to face those trivial matters yourself." After she finished speaking, she vanished into the starry sky. On the spot, Yi Xian shrugged and hurriedly followed after her. In the starry sky, Yi Xian was flying on his sword. Not far away from him was the woman in purple clothes. Yi Xian's eyes were slightly closed. His current sword Dao realm was at the true realm. His current combat strength had increased by at least a few times. Realm. His biggest problem now was still his realm. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then sent a sound transmission to Shengguan Xiener and Jiang Jiao. He had to ask the two girls to help him find a sword. Back in the sword sect, he had asked in a roundabout way, but unfortunately, the sword sect had nothing. All the valuables inside were gone. Actually, it was normal. There was no one in the sword sect now, so how could there be treasures? Therefore, he had to find the sword himself. As long as he quietly improved his strength, he would be able to slay even a god with a single slash. About 2 hours later, the purple-robed woman in front of them suddenly stopped. Yi Xian looked up and saw that not far away from them, there was a giant city floating in the starry sky. Yi Xian asked, "This is?" The purple-clothed woman smiled and said, "I'll bring you to see the world. I'll let you see what it means by there's always someone better than you out there." With that, she led Yi Xian into the city. However, when they entered the city, an old man suddenly blocked their way. The old man looked at the two of them, then his gaze fell on the purple-clothed woman. "Your Excellency," the purple-clothed woman waved her right hand, and a token fell in front of the old man. Seeing this token, the old man's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Your Excellency, please enter." The purple-clothed woman looked at Yi Xian. "Let's go." With that, she walked into the city with Yi Xian. Yi Xian found that the whole city was very quiet. Moreover, there were no buildings, and the whole city was empty. Yi Xian looked at the purple-clothed woman. "Senior, this is?" The purple-clothed woman smiled and said, "You'll know later." Yi Xian looked around, and it was very quiet. The old man from before did not leave either, and he followed behind the purple-clothed woman. Soon the three of them arrived in the city. In front of the three of them, there were two halos, one red, the other black. The purple-clothed woman looked at Yi Xian. "Choose one." Yi Xian asked, "What do you do?" The purple-clothed woman said, "Choose one." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then chose the red one. The purple-clothed woman nodded. Go in. Yi Xian looked at the purple-clothed woman. Senior, will something bad happen to you? The purple-clothed woman smiled and said, You only have one chance. Are you going in or not? Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then walked in. The red light trembled slightly, and Yi Xian's body began to become illusory. The purple-clothed woman looked at Yi Xian. Come out alive. Yi Xian's expression changed. Can I come out now? Before he could finish his words, he had already disappeared. The purple-clothed woman turned to look at the old man behind her. Go and see your master. The old man hurriedly nodded. Your Excellency, please. The purple-clothed woman's body trembled slightly, and she disappeared on the spot. After an unknown period of time, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of a small village. It was nighttime. The sky was dark, and there was no moon. Yi Xian looked around. Suddenly his expression changed. Because at this moment he found that he could not use his divine sense. Not only that, he felt that the profound qi in his body seemed to have disappeared. He could not even sense the prison pagoda. What was going on? Yi Xian was stunned. Yi Xian opened his palm, summoning the executing heaven sword. However, there was no response from the executing heaven sword. Seeing this, Yi Xian's expression sank. He had become a normal person. A completely normal person. He had no external objects, profound qi could not be used, and he could not contact the prison pagoda. Why did the purple-clothed woman want him here? Yi Xian frowned, and he was slightly puzzled by her intentions. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly raised his head and looked over. At the entrance of the village, a woman walked out. The woman was wearing a tight black dress. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, and her eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Yi Xian noticed that her face and arms were covered in scars. Especially her face. There was a scar that stretched across half of her face, and it looked extremely hideous. The woman held a dagger in her left hand, an ordinary dagger. At this moment, she was staring at him with a hostile gaze. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yi Xian. I started cultivating in the sword at the age of 3, attained the sword immortal realm at the age of 10, and was invincible in the younger generation of Skyearth world at the age of 16. Now I'm able to kill earthly immortals. May I know your name, Mess? The woman sized up Yi Xian. You seem like an idiot. Yi Xian's face darkened, and he was just about to speak when the woman turned around and left. Yi Xian hurriedly followed her. Miss, this is... He hadn't finished speaking when the woman suddenly turned around. In the next moment, a cold light flashed, and the dagger had slashed towards his throat. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground and retreated explosively by over 10 m. And the dagger just brushed past his throat. After Yi Xian stopped, his expression had become solemn. That strike from before was extraordinarily swift. Most importantly, she hadn't utilized any profound energy, and she'd merely utilized speed. Moreover, the angle was extremely tricky. Regardless of whether it was her speed, strength, or angle, they were practically perfect and without any flaws. Since he attained the true realm of the sword Tao, he would look at the essence of everything. The woman glanced at Yi Xian, and then she turned around and left without saying a word. Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss, can we talk? The woman didn't speak, and Yi Xian hurriedly followed her. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly stopped moving. In the next moment, a strand of cold light flashed. Yi Xian dodged to the side, and the strand of cold light brushed past the space between his brows. In the next moment he felt a wave of sharp pain come from his stomach, and he retreated explosively by over 30 m. After he stopped, Yi Xian's expression became extremely unsightly, because he noticed that his body had become ordinary as well. How could this be possible? Yi Xian glanced at the sky. What kind of power was that? Even his physical body had been transformed into an ordinary one. He was a completely ordinary person right now. The woman didn't speak further, and she just turned around and left. Yi Xian hurriedly followed her. Miss, let's talk. The woman suddenly turned around and gazed coldly at Yi Xian. Don't you find it annoying? Do I know you well? As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Yi Xian chased after her again. The woman suddenly turned around, and Yi Xian hurriedly stopped. The woman looked coldly at him. What exactly do you want? She could tell that she couldn't kill Yi Xian with her strength. Or it could be said that she would have to risk her life to have a chance. But she obviously didn't want both sides to suffer. Yi Xian smiled. Miss, this is my first time here, and I don't know where this place is. I hope Miss can enlighten me. The woman looked at Yi Xian. You don't know where this place is? Yi Xian nodded. I don't. The woman said indifferently. It's a fair competition. Yi Xian frowned slightly. A fair competition? The woman glanced at Yi Xian, and then turned around and left. Yi Xian hurriedly followed her. What's a fair competition? The woman looked coldly at Yi Xian. Don't follow me. Yi Xian looked around, and he didn't see anyone else, so he followed her again. Miss, let's have a chat. The woman stopped, and she stared at Yi Xian. Are you a ghost? Yi Xian. The woman suddenly stretched out her hand and pointed outside the village. There's a martial arts arena dozens of miles away from there. Every day, there are people competing there, and everyone's cultivation is sealed, so they can't use divine arts, and they can't use external objects. Now do you understand what a fair competition is? I see. Yi Xian nodded slightly. I understand. He now understood why the woman in purple asked him to come here. This was to make his sword Dao even purer. Here he couldn't use external objects. There was nothing to strengthen him. What a good place. Yi Xian smiled, turned around, and walked away. He wanted to try. At this moment, the woman suddenly said, Where are you going? Yi Xian smiled and said, Let's go to the martial arts competition. The woman glanced at Yi Xian. Are you a fool? Yi Xian. The woman was expressionless. You're not qualified to compete now. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? The woman said indifferently, First, you have to be qualified to compete, and second, you have to have odd crystals. You don't have either now. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Qualification to compete? Odd crystals? The woman said, There's one more thing, that is, you're courting death if you go now. Yi Xian was a little unconvinced. Miss, you're underestimating me. At this moment, the woman suddenly disappeared, and Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. He clasped his hands together, and this time, he clasped a dagger, but the next moment, the woman suddenly kicked her knee towards his abdomen. Yi Xian didn't retreat, but instead he let go of the dagger and hugged the woman. Then, the two of them rolled on the ground. Chapter 764. Yi Xian didn't have the slightest intention of taking advantage of her. During a battle, who would care about the difference between men and women? They would only fight to the death. The woman's reaction was also extremely fast. The moment she was hugged by Yi Xian and rolled on the ground, she suddenly elbowed Yi Xian's temple. If it hit, Yi Xian's head would probably split open. Yi Xian's reaction wasn't slow either. The moment the woman elbowed, he directly punched with his right hand. Boom! Along with the sound of an explosion, the two of them collided and separated. At this moment, the two of them were a few feet apart. The woman in black gently raised her right foot and leaned forward. She held a dagger in her right hand while her left hand poured backward. She was like a cheetah that was ready to pounce. Yi Xian clenched his right hand and took half a step back with the tip of his foot on the ground. This posture allowed him to burst out a powerful force in an instant. The two of them were in a stalemate. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss, I have no ill intentions towards you. The woman in black looked at Yi Xian with vigilance in her eyes. Yi Xian took the initiative to retreat a few feet. Seeing this, the woman in black gradually relaxed. She glanced at Yi Xian and said, There are very harsh conditions for a fair competition. If you want to qualify for the competition, you must first defeat a demon beast. After you defeat a demon beast, you also need to have enough odd crystals to be able to challenge it. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, I can defeat any demon beast? The woman in black nodded. Yes. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Where are the demon beasts? The woman in black pointed to the right. Go there and look. Yi Xian nodded and cupped his fists. Thank you. With that, he turned and left. The woman in black glanced at Yi Xian. You really want to go? Yi Xian stopped and nodded. I want to practice. The woman in black said in a deep voice, that demon beast is not as simple as you think. Yi Xian smiled and said, shall we go together? The woman in black was slightly startled. She did not expect that Yi Xian would invite her. Yi Xian added, it's good to have a companion. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something. He picked up a branch from the side and tapped it lightly. I'm a swordsman. Swordsman. A hint of surprise flashed in the woman's eyes. You're a swordsman? Yi Xian nodded and said seriously, I am a proper swordsman. The woman in black glanced at Yi Xian. Swordsman. As she spoke, she fell silent for a moment before she said, let's go together. Yi Xian smiled and said, Miss, please. The black-clothed woman nodded slightly, and then led Yi Xian away. On the way, Yi Xian asked, how should I address you? The woman in black said calmly, Zhang Qing. Yi Xian nodded. Miss Zhang, what realm are you in? Zhang Qing said, unknown. Unknown. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. This woman was actually in the unknown realm. Was there a mistake? How old was she? The woman in front of him should be about the same age as him. Such a young unknown realm? What kind of monster was this? Zhang Qing looked at Yi Xian. What realm are you in? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, unknown. Zhang Qing nodded. You're Yi Xian? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Zhang Qing said, why haven't I heard of you before? Where are you from? Yi Xian said, Black Yellow Great World. Zhang Qing glanced at Yi Xian. Black Yellow Great World? The temple's territory? Yi Xian asked. Miss Zhang knows about the temple? Zhang Qing nodded. It's an ancient power with 6 gods. As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Xian. You're from the temple? Yi Xian smiled. I'm from the Northern Territory. Zhang Qing said. Black Yellow Great World. There's a monster from your Black Yellow Great World here as well. His name is Duanmu Xian, and he's a very strong person. Duanmu Xian? Yi Xian nodded slightly. He'd actually never heard of this person. It should be said that he knew very little about the geniuses of the Black Yellow Great World's younger generation, because his previous opponents had all been those old freaks. At this moment, Zhang Qing suddenly said, we're here. Yi Xian looked up. There was a mountain range not far away. It was dark at this moment, so it was a dark mass that was slightly horrifying. If it was in the past, he would definitely be fearless. But now his cultivation and physical strength were sealed, so he naturally didn't dare underestimate his enemy. Zhang Qing said, the demonic beasts here don't have high realms, but they have extremely rich combat experience. Because those who survive can be said to have experienced thousands of battles. It's very difficult for you to defeat them. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Even you can't beat them? Zhang Qing said in a deep voice. I'm evenly matched with them, but it's very difficult to take something from them. Yi Xian asked. You have to take something? Zhang Qing nodded. Yi Xian nodded. Then I'll go in. After saying that, he walked towards the mountain range. Zhang Qing glanced at Yi Xian but didn't follow. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the mountain range. He hadn't walked for long when a demonic beast suddenly appeared in front of him. This demonic beast was shaped like a wolf, and its body was covered in scales. As Zhang Qing said, these demonic beasts' realms were not high. If they were outside, he could kill them with a wisp of sword intent. But now he couldn't mobilize any power. It could be said that he was already at a disadvantage before the fight even started. That demonic beast glanced at Yi Xian, but didn't move. Yi Xian didn't move either. Whoever moved would expose their strength first. Both sides were using silence to fight. Just like this, after about half an hour, that demonic beast finally couldn't bear it anymore. It suddenly rushed towards Yi Xian. Its speed was extremely fast. Yi Xian picked up a branch on the ground and stepped forward lightly. The branch in his hand went straight towards the demonic beast's right eye. That demonic beast didn't dodge, but directly took Yi Xian's stab head-on. However, when Yi Xian's branch approached its right eye suddenly closed. Bang! The branch in Yi Xian's hand directly exploded. and Yi Xian seemed to have expected it. The moment the branch broke, his left hand slammed into the demonic beast's face. Bang! In an instant, Yi Xian instantly retreated more than a dozen feet. As soon as he stopped, a powerful force swept towards him. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. He knew that he couldn't take this demonic beast head-on. His toes lightly tapped, and his whole body floated to the right. With this movement, the demonic beast directly hit empty air. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly appeared behind it, and his sword stabbed towards its anus. Yi Xian was very experienced in fighting in the forest. Whether it was fighting a human or a demonic beast, he had to hit the weak spot. Especially this kind of demonic beast, he absolutely couldn't take it head-on. He could only find its weakest spot. The anus was the weakest spot. Yi Xian's attack was ruthless and fast. This stab directly pierced through. Ayo! In an instant, a shrill scream resounded in the forest. The next moment, the demonic beast turned around and slapped its paw at Yi Xian, but Yi Xian had already retreated more than a dozen feet. The demonic beast glared at Yi Xian. It roared at Yi Xian, and then slammed into Yi Xian. The corner of Yi Xian's lips curled up. He didn't take it head-on. His figure flickered, and he dodged to the side. The demonic beast once again missed. The moment it landed on the ground, Yi Xian's sword stabbed towards its anus. Ayo! The demonic beast suddenly raised its head and screamed. Its voice was extremely shrill, and at this time, Yi Xian suddenly flew up and slashed at its throat. Bang! The branch shattered and Yi Xian was forced back again. Yi Xian frowned. He didn't expect this demonic beast's throat to be so hard. Just then, the demonic beast suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Its eyes were wide open and filled with anger. In the next moment, it rushed towards Yi Xian again. In its anger, it didn't care about anything else. It didn't expect that this was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. He wanted this demonic beast to be angry. Anger would make it lose its mind. But now, this demonic beast had lost its mind. Yi Xian dodged to the side, and the demonic beast missed again. However, this time, it didn't wait for Yi Xian to make a move and rushed towards Yi Xian again. Yi Xian didn't take it head-on either. He was well aware of his current physical body. He was no longer the same person as before. If he chose to take it head-on, he would die without a trace. Just like that, Yi Xian kept dodging. Not long after, the demonic beast's speed and reaction slowed down, and Yi Xian would stab its anus from time to time. Although it was stabbed many times, it didn't kill the demonic beast. However, it did slow down its movement. After all, that place was still very fragile. Now it realized that the human in front of it wasn't just staring at that position. He was also staring at the position in front. There were a few times that if it wasn't for its quick reaction, a certain place would have been cut off by this human. Just like that, about half an hour later, Yi Xian found an opportunity and stabbed the demonic beast's anus again. Roar! The demonic beast covered its buttocks with its claws and spun around on the spot. Just as Yi Xian was about to attack again, the demonic beast suddenly turned around and ran. Run! Yi Xian was stunned. He wanted to chase after it, but the demonic beast was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the night not far away. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. This guy actually knew how to run. I was too careless. Yi Xian shook his head, feeling a little regretful. It wasn't easy for him to exhaust this demonic beast, but now it just ran away. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and chose not to continue challenging the demonic beast. That was because his stamina was almost depleted. He needed a good rest now. Yi Xian turned around and left. At this moment, the ground behind him suddenly trembled. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He turned around, and at this moment, a dense forest not far from him suddenly collapsed. Soon, a group of demonic beasts rushed towards him. Among the demonic beasts, there was the one he had just fought. That demonic beast glared at Yi Xian and roared crazily. The other demonic beasts followed suit and chased after Yi Xian like crazy. Yi Xian looked at the group of demonic beasts, and his scalp went numb. There were at least 100. Damn, they went to call for help. Yi Xian turned around and ran. But the group of demonic beasts obviously had no intention of giving up. They kept chasing crazily. P.S. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Speaking of which, Yi Xian's sword Dao was truly on the right track. It was a sword Dao different from the master of the 3 swords at the top of the pagoda. Guess what kind of sword Dao it was? Chapter 765. Who can withstand more than 100 demonic beasts? Yi Xian fled frantically. Soon he met Zhang Qing. Seeing so many demonic beasts behind Yi Xian, Zhang Qing was stunned and asked, "What did you do?" Yi Xian didn't say anything. He grabbed Zhang Qing and ran. Behind them, the group of demonic beasts chased frantically. Yi Xian was about to run in the direction of the village when Zhang Qing suddenly said, "You can't take them there. Follow me." After saying that, she took Yi Xian and ran to the right. Fortunately, both of them were extremely fast. Those demonic beasts couldn't catch up in a short time. However, those demonic beasts didn't give up. Especially the leading demonic beast, it roared as it chased, as if it had gone mad. Beside Yi Xian, Zhang Qing said in a deep voice, "These demonic beasts have never fought as a group. What did you do?" Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. "No, nothing." Zhang Qing stared at Yi Xian. "You definitely did something to make that demonic beast angry." Yi Xian. At this moment, the group of demonic beasts behind them suddenly roared, and the whole ground began to tremble violently. "It's gone mad." Zhang Qing's face was a bit ugly. She looked coldly at Yi Xian. "What did you do?" Yi Xian hesitated and said, "I just fought it one-on-one, and then found its weakness, that's all." Zhang Qing said in a deep voice, "That's impossible." Yi Xian was about to speak, but at this moment, the group of demonic beasts behind them suddenly accelerated. Seeing this scene, both of their faces changed. They wouldn't stop until they were dead. Zhang Qing's face was gloomy, and no one knew what she was thinking. Yi Xian said, "Miss Zhang Qing, let's split up and escape." Zhang Qing glanced at Yi Xian. Yi Xian directly fled to the left, and the group of demonic beasts directly chased to the left, ignoring Zhang Qing. Obviously, their target was Yi Xian. Looking at the group of demon beasts chasing after Yi Xian, Zhang Qing frowned. What did this guy do? In the distance, Yi Xian was running madly, and behind him, the group of demonic beasts was chasing relentlessly. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at a plain, and the group of demonic beasts behind him was getting closer and closer. If he continued running like this, he would be finished. Yi Xian's face darkened, because his current physical strength was not as good as this group of demonic beasts. All of his abilities were sealed. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. He bit his finger and a drop of blood flowed out. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the drop of blood fell onto his palm. After that, he looked at the group of demon beasts. Meanwhile, the group of demon beasts had stopped moving. All the demonic beasts stopped. All the demonic beasts were staring at the drop of blood in Yi Xian's palm. A powerful aura. In that drop of blood, they could smell a powerful aura. Seeing that the group of demonic beasts had stopped, Yi Xian was instantly relieved. The reason why he took out his blood was not because he wanted to rely on the power of his bloodline, but because he wanted to rely on the Heaven's Mandate True Dragon aura in his blood. He had fused with the Heaven's Mandate True Dragon, so his blood also had the aura of the Heaven's Mandate True Dragon. This level of divine beast was definitely a powerful deterrent to the demonic beasts. As expected, after smelling the Heaven's Mandate True Dragon aura in his blood, the demonic beasts all stopped. However, the demonic beast that fought with him earlier still wanted to make a move. Anger had made it lose its mind. It only wanted to kill this human in front of it. Seeing that the demonic beast was about to make a move, Yi Xian's eyes twitched. This guy wouldn't be mad, right? Then Qingqing Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man was a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice suddenly resounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a crown prince. Why did you discard him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and entered the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting with his life on the line for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his crown prince position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged. Discard him or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new crown prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly. Then flog 30 times. Soon 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now he is fighting with his life on the line for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the crown prince position. It's everyone's wish. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen, but she did not cry. She only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I will need 10 guards. From now on, you will be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed deeply. This subordinate will go through fire and water for the crown prince, even if it means death. Yi Lang nodded slightly. Drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't show mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. Immediately, he grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu did not know what he saw, but he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the ancestral hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man wore a tight-fitting robe that was torn and tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger, leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung. Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh. Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and said, Your man. As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked up to Yi Ling. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung. Qingqing Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince. Why did you discard him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and entered the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides. Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He's fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged. Whether he discards his position or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly. Then flog her 30 times. Soon 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now he's fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the prince's position. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry. She only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. You'll be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply. This subordinate will go through fire and water for the prince. Yi Lang nodded. Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Do you understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pum. Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and said, Your man. As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung. Chapter 766. While Yi Xian was still in a daze, he suddenly felt a wave of sharp pain come from his stomach, and then he retreated by over 10 m. However, he hadn't even stopped when a powerful gust of wind assaulted his face. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly, and he swiftly crossed his arms before blocking it. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Yi Xian retreated by over 10 m again. He just stopped when an ear-piercing sound of something tearing resounded from his right. It was a whipping kick. Yi Xian's body suddenly bent backward. That person's whip kick directly swept through the air. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stood up, and then bumped forward. Bang! A figure instantly retreated by over 10 m. Yi Xian looked over to see a woman standing in front of him. She wore a black dress, had picturesque features, and an icy cold gaze that carried killing intent. Because Yi Xian had touched a place he shouldn't have. Yi Xian clenched his right fist slowly. He didn't dare act carelessly towards this woman. Or it should be said that he couldn't act carelessly towards anyone here. Right at this moment, the man with a long saber suddenly roared furiously. "Chan Yu, kill him!" The woman glanced at the man with a long saber. "Watch your words." As soon as she finished speaking, she gazed at Yi Xian. In the next moment, her body suddenly became ethereal. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He opened his palm, and a wooden branch appeared there. In the next moment, he stabbed it forward swiftly. It was an extremely ordinary swift stab. He destroyed it with a single strike. Bang! An explosion suddenly resounded in front of Yi Xian, and then both of them retreated explosively at the same time. However, the woman called Chan Yu suddenly vanished while they retreated. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and stabbed with his sword. Bang! A figure retreated explosively. It was Chan Yu. After Chan Yu stopped, she gazed coldly at Yi Xian. "Swordsman." Her voice carried a trace of seriousness. "Swordsman." It could be said that a swordsman's combat power was very high among the warriors, especially the powerful swordsman. Yi Xian didn't return to Chan Yu. He glanced at Zhang Qing, who was nearby. At this moment, Zhang Qing and the man with the long saber were in a deadlock, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Yi Xian looked at Jin Yu. If this goes on, both sides will suffer. Chan Yu clenched his right fist tightly. Yi Xian smiled. Suddenly, he disappeared on the spot. Since the other party refused to give up, he naturally chose to take the initiative to attack. The sword light was like lightning, disappearing in a flash. Chi! The sound of something tearing through the air rang out. The moment Yi Xian disappeared, Chan Yu disappeared as well. A series of afterimages instantly enveloped Yi Xian, and his sword gleam. Chi 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 chi. The sound of something tearing through the air resounded incessantly as Yi Xian and Chan Yu fought intensely. Gradually, Yi Xian became fiercer and fiercer as he fought. Ruthlessness. All those years ago in Pine City, he'd understood that one had to be ruthless when dealing with one's enemies. In a battle of life and death, it was usually a competition of who was more ruthless. Just like that, about 15 minutes later, the nearby teleportation array suddenly shook violently. Then, a black box appeared in the teleportation array. A ferocious glow appeared in the eyes of the man with the long saber when he saw the black box, and the killing intent in his eyes grew even stronger. On the other hand, Zhang Qing's eyes were filled with killing intent as well. In this place, resources were very, very important. She would not give up even half a step. It didn't take long for the two of them to enter into battle again. Yi Xian gazed at Chan Yu. Suddenly he vanished, and the wooden stick in his hand stabbed towards Chan Yu. At the instant that Yi Xian vanished, numerous strange shadows suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Xian's eyes closed slightly as he stabbed left and right repeatedly. In an instant, The shadows shattered. Meanwhile, Chanyu had retreated over 10 embark, and she didn't dare to approach Yi Xian again. Yi Xian glanced coldly at Chanyu, and then he suddenly vanished. Hiss. A strand of light flashed, and then the sound of air being torn apart resounded. Chanyu's expression changed drastically. She didn't dare to take Yi Xian's attack head-on, and she retreated again. After all, Yi Xian's attack wasn't that easy to take. Simply speaking, she didn't want to fight with her life on the line, because even if she won, she would be reaped by someone else. A few resources weren't worth it. When she thought up to this point, Chanyu turned around and left. Suddenly the man with the long saber said, "You keep her busy." Chanyu glanced coldly at the man. "Can't you use your brain?" As soon as she finished speaking, she swiftly vanished into the night. The man's expression was extremely unsightly, and he glared fiercely at Yi Xian. "Little bastard. I'll remember you." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Suddenly, Yi Xian appeared in front of the man. He gazed at the man, and the man was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he swung his saber forward. Hiss. The saber tore through the air and whistled through the air. Yi Xian didn't take this attack head-on. He moved slightly to the side, causing the saber to miss. At practically the exact same moment, Yi Xian's sword slashed horizontally towards the man's stomach. The man's reaction was extremely swift, and he suddenly withdrew his saber to block Yi Xian's attack. Bang! The man retreated explosively with his saber. Yi Xian didn't let the man go. He leaped up and swung his sword lightly towards the man. After he received the guidance of those 6 experts from the sword sect, his attainments in the sword Dao had attained the true realm. Moreover, he'd obtained a huge amount of knowledge in the sword Dao. It could be said that his attainments in the sword Dao were countless times stronger than before. Moreover, he didn't lack battle awareness. He didn't walk all the way here, but fought his way here. The man's expression changed greatly when he saw Yi Xian's sword flying towards him. This time he didn't choose to take it head-on. Instead he chose to attack. He slashed forward with his saber. 1 man can defeat 10 men. This slash was as heavy as 1,000 kilograms. Instead of retreating, Yi Xian moved forward and stabbed the tip of the blade with his sword. This stab caused the blade to tremble violently, and the energy contained within it was instantly reduced to nothingness. At the same time, a powerful force shook the arm of the man with the blade. Bang! The saber in the man's hand flew out of his hand. The man was horrified. He was just about to retreat when Yi Xian's sword was already at his throat. The man stared at Yi Xian. 1 sword to break all laws. True realm attainments in the sword Dao. At this point he paused for a moment and then said, "Your Excellency, I've offended you with my words. Please forgive me." Yi Xian was stunned. Did this guy admit defeat? He wanted to kill him directly, but the other party actually admitted defeat. At this moment the man said, "If your Excellency is willing to let me go, I'm willing to hand over all my assets." Yi Xian looked at the man. "I'll get them after I kill you." At the side, Zhang Qing suddenly said, "If you kill him there won't be any left, because most people will bring their resources with them." At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly slashed with his sword. Chi! The man's head flew into the air. Zhang Qing's voice stopped abruptly. Yi Xian glanced at Zhang Qing. "Although the resources are good, I don't want to leave any disasters behind." His style was that he didn't offend people at will. However, if anyone were to become his enemy, he would definitely kill them without leaving any disasters behind. Moreover, the man before him was able to pick up and let go at the same time. This kind of person was the most terrifying. If he spared the man's life, who knew when the man would give him a fatal blow in the future? Zhang Qing glanced at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian searched the man's body. However, he didn't find anything except the knife. At this moment, Zhang Qing suddenly said, "That knife is a piece of trash outside, but here, it may be a divine weapon. Do you understand what I mean?" Hearing Zhang Qing's words, Yi Xian suddenly came to a realization. This place was not the outside. As Zhang Qing said, if it was outside, this knife was a piece of scrap iron. But here, where everyone's cultivation was sealed, this knife was a divine weapon. Yi Xian quickly put away the knife. Zhang Qing said, "Come with me." After speaking, she took Yi Xian to the teleportation array not far away. She opened the box. In the box, there was a palm-sized token. In addition, there were 30 dark purple odd crystals, and some other items. Zhang Qing picked up the token and 10 odd crystals and handed them to Yi Xian. "Yours." Yi Xian didn't refuse. He put away the token and odd crystals and said, "Miss Zhang, if I win, will there be a reward?" Zhang Qing nodded. "Yes, you will get the odd crystals paid by the other party." Yi Xian nodded, "Understood." Zhang Qing said, "You want to go now?" Yi Xian nodded. "I want to fight." Zhang Qing glanced at Yi Xian. "I will take you there." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Then I will have to trouble Miss Zhang." Zhang Qing didn't say anything and walked into the distance with Yi Xian. After the two left the village, they walked for about an hour. Finally, Yi Xian saw a huge arena suspended in the air. There were some people below the arena. There weren't many of them, only a few dozen people, and most of them were very young. Beside Yi Xian, Zhang Qing said softly, "These people can be said to be the most outstanding young people in our four-dimensional universe. They come from various universes, and they are the top existences in their respective universes. The forces behind them are not simple, because without a powerful force behind them, it is impossible for them to come here." Speaking of this, she looked at Yi Xian. "If you can fight to the top of the list." Seeing that Zhang Qing didn't continue, Yi Xian asked, "How about fighting to the top of the list?" Zhang Qing said softly, "You will get many benefits that you can't refuse. However, it is difficult to fight to the top of the list." "Difficult?" Yi Xian looked up at the arena in the air. At this moment, there were two people fighting fiercely on the arena. After watching for a moment, Yi Xian looked at Zhang Qing and said, "Miss Zhang Qing, to fight to the top of the list, do I have to defeat everyone?" Zhang Qing nodded. "Almost." Yi Xian looked up at the arena and said softly, "Then fight to the top." "Fight?" The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly rose. Right now he wanted to fight. Fight crazily. He, Yi Xian, didn't want to always rely on others. The heart of a strong person. In the past, he was more casual and didn't have many goals. But now he wanted to become stronger. He couldn't rely on others anymore. Yi Xian walked towards the arena. Yi Xian didn't notice that at this moment, his state of mind had begun to change. P.S. Today is boring, let's chat. If you don't have anything to talk about, let's talk about my handsomeness. I will definitely reply. No kidding. Chapter 767. He rarely fought for it. Fight. As long as people were alive, they had to fight. Not fighting was not being aloof from the world, but being incompetent. Not to mention cultivators, even people in the secular world had to fight. If they didn't fight, how could they change their fate? If they didn't fight, how could they live better? And if cultivators didn't fight, how could they fight against the heavens? How could they fight against fate? Fight. Cultivators had to have a competitive heart. In the past, he didn't think too much about becoming stronger. To be precise, he rarely took the initiative to fight for anything. Because in his opinion, he only needed to protect his sister and loved ones. But now he realized that as long as people were alive, they had to fight for something. Even if it was to fight for pride. He didn't want to be protected by others all the time. He didn't want the woman in the plain dress, or someone else to help him solve the problem. Rely on himself. Fight. Around Yi Xian, a powerful sword intent suddenly appeared. This sword intent became stronger and stronger, but it quickly disappeared. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't even realize that his heart of swordsmanship had undergone a substantial change. Enlightenment. Many times, once people had an epiphany, it was a brand new start. And at this time, the battle on the ring had ended. Yi Xian flew to the ring, and saw an old man standing next to the ring. The old man was sitting on a chair, and seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Zhang Qing said that the old man in front of him was the person in charge here. Yi Xian walked to the old man and bowed slightly. "Senior, this junior is here to challenge." As he spoke, he placed the odd crystals and the challenge token on the table in front of the old man. The old man glanced at it, then waved his right hand and the odd crystals were directly kept by him. The old man closed his eyes again. Yi Xian was stunned. What does this mean? At this time, Zhang Qing appeared beside Yi Xian. She gently pulled Yi Xian's sleeve and motioned for Yi Xian to follow her. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and then nodded. The two left the ring. Below, Yi Xian was puzzled. What does he mean? Zhang Qing said in a deep voice. I forgot to tell you one thing. Every time we compete, this old man will ask for some benefits. Benefits? Yi Xian asked. Do I have to give it to everyone? Zhang Qing shook his head. Among them, there are some monstrous geniuses that even he doesn't dare to offend. He will only deal with those who are new or those who don't have a particularly strong background. Yi Xian nodded. Understood. As he spoke, he walked towards the old man. Zhang Qing grabbed Yi Xian. What are you doing? Yi Xian said. Get my things back. Zhang Qing stared at Yi Xian. Are you crazy? You're courting death if you ask for it. Yi Xian shrugged. Then what should we do? Zhang Qing said in a deep voice. I'll suffer in silence. Yi Xian said angrily. Eat my ass. With that, he turned around and headed straight for the old man. Suffer in silence? He naturally understood that at this time, suffering a loss was the best choice. However, he couldn't suffer this loss. If he suffered a loss, he would have to admit defeat. If he admitted defeat now, he would have to hold back his grievance. This grievance had to be spat out. Seeing Yi Xian walking towards the old man, Zhang Qing shook his head. Stupid. If Yi Xian did this, not only would he not get his things back, but he would also offend someone and might even lose his life. Many times, people had to lower their heads. In the distance, Yi Xian returned to the ring again. At this time, some people looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the old man and smiled. Senior, do you still need odd crystals? The old man glanced at Yi Xian. Young man, are you sure? Yi Xian grinned. The next moment, he suddenly picked up the table in front of him and smashed it at the old man. Seeing this scene, everyone in the field was stunned. What is this guy going to do? Below, Zhang Qing and Yi Xian were dumbfounded. This guy, the old man didn't expect Yi Xian to suddenly attack, but his reaction wasn't slow. He immediately flashed back and directly dodged Yi Xian's smash. Boom. The table instantly turned into powder, but Yi Xian didn't stop. He took out the long saber and directly slashed at the old man. Chi. Wherever the blade passed, a tearing sound rang. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly. He slightly leaned to the side and directly dodged the saber. At the same time, his left hand swept toward Yi Xian. With this sweep, the air where his arm passed seemed to have been sucked dry, and there was a series of explosions. Yi Xian seemed to have expected this, and immediately blasted his right hand toward the old man's face, exchanging injury for injury. Seeing this scene, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't choose to exchange injury for injury, and immediately retracted his hand to block in front of him. Bang! The old man instantly moved over 10 back, and he'd only just stopped when a large saber slashed towards him. A cold glow flashed through the old man's eyes. He stretched out his right hand, and his palm was about to touch the blade of Yi Xian's saber, when he suddenly twisted his palm, and slapped it against the blade of Yi Xian's saber. Bang! The saber was slapped to the side. At the same time, the old man took a swift step forward and slammed his fist towards Yi Xian's face. Yi Xian directly slammed his left fist towards the old man's fist. Bang! With a loud explosion, the two of them collided and separated. It didn't take long for them to stop, and there were over 10 between them. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. The old man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. What do you think you're doing? Yi Xian didn't waste his breath at all. He just leaped up and blasted towards the old man like a cannonball. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. He took half a step back with his left foot and pulled back his right hand. In the next moment, he suddenly slammed his right fist forward. Bang! This punch caused the space where it passed to tremble violently, and its impetus was shocking. Yi Xian's expression was calm when he saw this. Suddenly, he pointed his saber forward. Using a saber as a sword, the saber stabbed directly between the old man's fingers, and the old man's expression instantly changed drastically. At this moment, Yi Xian's saber directly cut through his fingers and slashed towards the old man. The old man swiftly dodged with his right foot and retreated over 30 m back. At this moment, only 2 fingers remained on his right hand. The old man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "You're a swordsman. You." At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly leaped up and slashed down with his saber. Hiss! A sharp tearing sound resounded again. The old man's expression changed drastically. This time, he didn't dare to take Yi Xian's saber head-on, and he retreated instead. This was because the guy in front of him was not a saber cultivator at all. Moreover, although his opponent's slash looked like a brute's, it was actually a hidden sword technique. If he were to take it head-on, he might die if he was not careful. The old man was extremely fast, and in an instant, he had already retreated over 10 m away. Once again, Yi Xian's saber slashed through thin air. Although he had slashed through thin air, Yi Xian was excited. He had just discovered something very interesting. Hidden sword style. Although it was called a saber, it was actually a sword technique. To put it simply, it was using a saber on the surface and hiding the tip of the sword. Then at the crucial moment, it would catch the opponent off guard. Just like earlier, he had cut off 2 of the old man's fingers with a single slash, and that was when he was unprepared. If he had been prepared, there was a high chance that the slash would have taken the old man's life. Yi Xian looked at the old man, and in the next moment, he dashed towards him again. From the looks of it, Yi Xian really did look like a saber cultivator. Seeing that Yi Xian was charging towards him, the old man's expression changed slightly. He stomped his right foot on the ground and threw a punch with his right hand. Obviously, he was prepared to use his strength to defeat all opponents. No matter how exquisite the opponent's sword technique was, so long as he had sufficient strength, then he could destroy it with a single punch. When facing the old man's punch, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and then the saber in his hand slashed towards the old man at an extremely strange angle. A flying sword? No, it was a flying saber now. On the other hand, Yi Xian's body smashed directly towards the old man. Bang! In an instant, the old man was blasted over 100 m away, and when he stopped, one of his ears was gone. It had been slashed off by Yi Xian's flying saber. Moreover, if he had been a little slower just now, then it wouldn't have been just his ear that had been chopped off, it would have been his head instead. Yi Xian restrained his thoughts, and then he walked towards the old man with his saber in hand. He was getting more and more excited as the battle went on. As expected, only battles could improve one's strength the best. Fight! Yi Xian charged towards the old man once more. The old man's eyelids twitched when he witnessed this scene. Wait a moment. However, Yi Xian didn't stop. On the contrary, he sped up. Soon, he came directly to the top of the old man's head and slashed down again. Behind the blade, there was a hidden sword move. The old man could see the sword move, so he didn't choose to fight head-on and retreated again. Avoiding battle. The best thing for him to do now was to avoid battle, otherwise he would have to fight to the death with Yi Xian. At this moment, he was already stunned by Yi Xian's attack. Who the hell is this guy in front of me? Seeing that Yi Xian still wanted to attack, the old man suddenly said angrily, "What the hell do you want to do?" Yi Xian said, "Fight." The old man said angrily, "Isn't it just 10 odd crystals? Are you crazy? 10 odd crystals?" Yi Xian was stunned and then said, "Isn't it 100? 100? The old man flew into a rage. "Boy, you dare to blackmail the old man." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "If you don't give, then fight." After saying that, he directly rushed towards the old man. The old man said angrily, "You're courting death." As his voice fell, he also rushed towards Yi Xian. Just like that, the two of them fought again. This time, the old man was obviously fighting with his life on the line. He began to fight back and forth with Yi Xian. However, the more Yi Xian fought, the more excited he became and the more desperate he became. He was like this as long as he fought, he would risk his life. During that time in Qing City, if you didn't risk your life, you would die. As long as you put yourself in a dead end, you might be reborn. Just like that, after fighting for almost half an hour, both of them were already riddled with wounds. However, the old man's condition was more serious than Yi Xian's. His body was covered with knife wounds and blood was flowing. At this moment, an explosion suddenly sounded. Boom! The old man and Yi Xian separated upon contact, and both of them retreated more than 100 feet. Yi Xian was about to rush forward again when the old man said fiercely, "Have you ever thought about the consequences?" Consequences? Yi Xian looked at the old man. What are the consequences? The old man looked at Yi Xian coldly. If you stay here, the old man can toy with you to death. Yi Xian grinned. Are you threatening me? The old man stared at Yi Xian. Who the hell are you? In fact, at this time, he already had the intention to retreat. The rash young man in front of him was so powerful, and he was also a swordsman. The people behind this kind of person were definitely not simple. They might even be a group of swordsmen. Thinking of this, the old man waved his right hand and the 10-odd crystals flew in front of Yi Xian. I'll return it to you. Yi Xian said angrily. It's 100. The old man said fiercely. Don't push your luck. Yi Xian said. Then I'll give you a discount 50. The old man stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was about to speak when the old man suddenly said, Sure. After speaking, he waved his right hand and 50-odd crystals appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 768. Really? Yi Xian was a little stunned. He originally wanted to kill them all. Not to mention being cruel. In this kind of place, not being cruel to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. After the old man gave Yi Xian 50-odd crystals, he turned around and soon disappeared into the distance. Yi Xian looked at the 50-odd crystals in his hand. After a while, he found Zhang Qing and took out 10 for her. Zhang Qing didn't accept it. These are yours. Yi Xian smiled and said, Keep it. There may be a lot of things I need to trouble you with in the future. Zhang Qing shook her head. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. I don't want it. If you want to give more, then I'll take my leave. Hearing this, Yi Xian thought for a while, then put away the odd crystals and smiled. Miss Zhang, let's talk somewhere else. Zhang Qing nodded. Soon the two left. After the old man who fought with Yi Xian left, he returned directly to the city. Finally, he came to a large hall. Just as he was about to go in, a man in black blocked in front of him. The city lord is seeing a guest. The old man bowed slightly. Please inform the city lord that I have something to see him about. The man in black did not answer. The old man hesitated for a while and then said, Then I'll wait. With that, he retreated to the side. He originally wanted to start targeting Yi Xian, but in the end he still wanted to confirm the origin of Yi Xian. In this place, some people could be offended and some people could never be offended. At this moment, there were two women sitting in the hall. A woman in a purple shirt and a woman in a green dress. The woman in the green dress was the owner of this city. The woman in the green dress smiled and said, Alian, how long has it been since we last met? The woman in the purple dress smiled slightly. Not long, just a few decades. With that, she glanced at the woman in the green dress. Xiaotsong, you've improved quite fast to reach this level. Xiaotsong. This woman was the city lord of this city, Mu Xiaotsong. The woman in a green dress was slightly stunned, and then she said in a light voice, It has been many years since someone called me by that name. Alian smiled. That's true. You're the governor of Hidden Edge City now. Who would dare to call you that? Mu Xiaotsong said softly, Recently, the four-dimensional universe has not been peaceful. Alian smiled. You mean the black-yellow great world? Mu Xiaotsong nodded. One of the gods of the temple was killed. The stronghold that the temple left in the Xuanhuan Great World was completely uprooted. She then looked at Alian. All of this has to do with the man you brought with you. Yi Xian. Alian smiled and said, You should know that he has a fifth-dimensional treasure, right? Mu Xiaotsong nodded. Yes. Alian picked up the teacup in front of her and took a sip. You're tempted. Mu Xiaotsong smiled and said, Who wouldn't be tempted by a treasure of the fifth dimension? She then looked at Alian. Can I snatch it? Alian nodded. Yes. Mu Xiaozong squinted her eyes and did not speak. Alian smiled. If you aren't afraid that your Hidden Edge city's tens of thousands of years of foundation will be destroyed, go ahead. Mu Xiaozong said in a low voice. Alian, tell me the truth, who is he? Many people have investigated Yi Xian, but no one could find out anything. Alian looked at Mu Xiaozong. That thing is not something you can think about. Even if you obtain it, it will bring disaster upon you. Mu Xiaozong was silent. Alian smiled and said, I know that your Hidden Edge city is not weak, and your ancestral master is still alive, but she then shook her head. As a friend, I have said what I need to say. Choose for yourself. Mu Xiaozong said in a low voice. If I become his enemy, which side will you stand on? Alian shook her head and sighed. Looks like you still don't want to give up. Mu Xiaozong walked in front of Alian and grabbed her hand. Alian, you saved my life in the past, and I have always treated you as a friend, my only friend. This thing is very important to my Hidden Edge city. You can choose not to help me, but don't interfere in this matter, okay? Alian looked at Mu Xiaozong. Do you know who is behind him? Mu Xiaozong said. A woman in a plain dress and another woman, these two. Alian asked again. Do you know the strength of the woman in the plain dress? Mu Xiaozong shook her head. I don't know the specifics, but she should be at least in the Fate Realm. Fate Realm. Alian shook her head and smiled. You know about the Fate Realm? Mu Xiaozong said in a low voice. Why is it above it? Alian turned around to look at the horizon and softly said. In this world, there are some people whose strength cannot be measured by their realm. I know you are tempted by that fifth-dimensional treasure. Not only you, but there are also some messy powers tempted by it. I also know I can't persuade you. If you want to make a move, then make a move. But you'll have to bear the consequences. After she finished speaking, she walked out of the hall. Within the hall, Mu Xiaozong was silent. At this moment, a black-clothed old man appeared behind Mu Xiaozong. City Lord, should we make a move? Mu Xiaozong was silent. The black-clothed old man said in a low voice, This person is currently in the variant battlefield. If we make a move, even that woman in purple won't be able to stop us. Mu Xiaozong said softly, Don't underestimate her. The black-clothed old man hesitated for a moment, then said, I'm afraid this person will ruin things. Mu Xiaozong was silent for a long time, then said, Don't touch him for now. The black-clothed old man hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right. He paused for a moment, then said, City Lord, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Mu Xiaozong said softly, How strong is the divine temple? The black-clothed old man said, Strong. Mu Xiaozong glanced at the black-clothed old man. But one of their gods was killed. And now, the divine temple hasn't made a move at all. The black-clothed old man was silent. Mu Xiaozong looked outside the hall. I know Alian's personality very well, and she disdains lying. What she said earlier is definitely true. If my Hidden Edge city touches him, then even if we obtain that precious treasure, I'm afraid our Hidden Edge city won't be able to bear the price. When she spoke up to this point, she stood up and walked to the entrance of the hall. Then she gazed at the distant horizon and said softly, But I'm truly unwilling to give up just like that. After all, it's right before my eyes. The black-clothed old man behind her fell silent. Mu Xiaozong remained silent for a moment. Then she said softly, I never expected that I would have such greed and obsession as well. Send my orders, our people are not allowed to act against him. The black-clothed old man turned around and left when he heard this. Meanwhile, the old man who had been waiting outside the hall for a long time hurriedly arrived behind Mu Xiaozong. City Lord, I have something to report. Mu Xiaozong said, Speak. The old man spoke solemnly. The newcomer Yi Xian he. Mu Xiaozong suddenly said, You can't touch him. The old man gazed at Mu Xiaozong, and the latter said softly, You can leave. The old man hesitated for a moment before he nodded. I understand. When he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Inside the alien battlefield, Yi Xian followed Zhang Qing back to the village where they were before. At the entrance of the village, Zhang Qing glanced at Yi Xian, who was sitting on the ground not far away. You're too impulsive. Yi Xian smiled. I know what Miss Zhang wants to say, endure it for a while, and everything will be fine. Zhang Qing nodded. It's not a bad thing to endure it. Yi Xian said softly. To me it's a bad thing. As he said this, he shook his head and smiled. I'm someone who can't stand being bullied. Zhang Qing said in a low voice. He will take revenge on you. Yi Xian smiled. I won't easily make enemies, but I'm not afraid of them either. When he finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes. Reflect. In the battle with the old man just now, he still had some mistakes. Now he wanted to sum up and see how many mistakes he had made. At the side, Zhang Qing glanced at Yi Xian. At this moment, the feeling that Yi Xian gave her was like a sharp sword showing off its edge. The sword showed off its edge, insufferably arrogant. Was this a good thing? Not necessarily a good thing. The sword was hard and easy to break. Zhang Qing shook her head slightly and turned around to leave. About an hour later, Yi Xian stood up. He picked up the big saber on the ground, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Just now he had comprehended a move. Sword concealment. Hiding the blade of the sword, not unsheathing the sword, but once the sword was unsheathed, it would definitely kill. This was his concept of sword concealment. However, this move still needed to be practiced. When to unsheath the sword, how to unsheath the sword, this was a very profound knowledge. Details and timing were very important. Yi Xian looked at Zhang Qing, who was not far away. Miss Zhang, I'm going to challenge. Zhang Qing glanced at Yi Xian. I'll go with you. Yi Xian nodded. All right. The two of them walked towards the sparring ring again. On the way, Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss Zhang Qing, are there any swordsmen around here? Zhang Qing nodded. Yes, but very few, maybe only 2 or 3. 2 or 3. Yi Xian nodded. He really wanted to spar with a swordsman now. In the black-yellow great world, every time he sparred with Little Seven, he would gain a lot. Now he wanted to see another swordsman. Every swordsman had a different style. Soon, the two of them arrived at the ring again. At this time, the old man who had left earlier had returned. Seeing Yi Xian, the corner of the old man's eye twitched. It was this person again. He naturally did not dare to have any crooked thoughts. He did not know where Yi Xian came from, or what his identity was. All he knew was that Mu Xiaocang had spoken. Yi Xian walked to the ring and glanced at the old man. Do you want to take revenge on me? The corner of the old man's eye twitched as he stared at Yi Xian. If you want to challenge, then challenge. If not, then go down. Yi Xian shrugged and waved his right hand. 10 odd crystals landed in front of the old man. The old man waved his right hand, and a blue halo suddenly disappeared into the distant sky. A moment later, on the ground to the right of the old man, a blue halo suddenly appeared. Then, a young man appeared in front of the two of them. The old man said indifferently, Let's begin. The winner will get 20 odd crystals. Begin. After speaking, he turned and disappeared. Yi Xian looked at the man who was wearing a luxurious robe and holding a wooden spear in his right hand. Spear cultivator. The man with the spear bowed slightly. I am Li Xing. How should I address you? Yi Xian returned the bow and was about to speak when Li Xing suddenly made a move. He pointed his spear at Yi Xian's throat as fast as lightning. Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 769. Yi Xian was slightly stunned when he saw the spear-wielding man suddenly attack. Isn't this a trick that I often play? He didn't think too much about it. He flashed backwards and dodged the spear. Li Xing didn't stop. He held the spear in his right hand and thrust it forward. Hiss! The sound of something tearing resounded. Meanwhile, Yi Xian held the saber with both hands and slashed it forward. Head-on. Bang! As soon as the saber and spear came into contact, Li Xing retreated repeatedly while Yi Xian stopped after moving over 3 back. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he gazed at Li Xing, who stood in the distance. In the next moment, he suddenly tossed the saber in his hand forward. The sound of the air exploding resounded. Li Xing's expression changed drastically as he stood before Yi Xian. This time, he didn't dare go head-on against Yi Xian's saber, because his strength was inferior to Yi Xian. Li Xing chose to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. He retreated with the intention of avoiding Yi Xian's attack. However, his retreat instantly weakened his momentum. Yi Xian had suddenly appeared behind the saber, and he held the saber in his hand as he somersaulted in the air and slashed down once more. Hiss! This strike seemed as if it was going to split the ground apart, and it was extremely shocking. Li Xing's eyes narrowed slightly as he stood before Yi Xian. At this moment, there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. He didn't dare be careless. Li Xing stomped his right foot and charged forward like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. The spear in his hand stabbed straight towards Yi Xian's throat. The longer it was, the stronger it was. He wanted to force Yi Xian to retract his saber. If Yi Xian didn't retract his saber, then his spear would have the advantage, because the spear was long. His thoughts weren't wrong. However, Yi Xian didn't retract his saber. He suddenly swung the saber horizontally and slashed at the spear. Bang! The powerful force slashed the spear askew. At the same time, Yi Xian seized the opportunity to slash down with his spear. But right at this moment, Li Xing had already retreated over 30 m away. Yi Xian did not stop. He held the saber with both hands and slashed forward. Chi! Wherever the blade passed, it was invincible. Opposite to Yi Xian, Na Xian's pupil shrank. He suddenly turned around and swept out the spear in his hand. A head-on clash. He could only meet force with force, because if he retreated any further, he would be completely suppressed. He had to force back Yi Xian's saber momentum and destroy Yi Xian's saber edge. Boom! An explosion suddenly resounded. Li Xing instantly retreated explosively, and this retreat caused him to directly retreat to the edge of the arena. In the distance, Yi Xian was about to attack again when Li Xing suddenly said, "I admit defeat." Just as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's saber stopped a few dozen inches above his head. As for Li Xing, blood was flowing from his mouth, because he was directly injured by that saber strike just now. It was very heavy. Yi Xian looked at Li Xing. He did not expect that this guy would admit defeat directly. Yi Xian thought for a moment and sheathed his saber. He had no enmity with Li Xing, so there was no need to kill him. After all, he was here to train himself, not to make enemies everywhere. Seeing Yi Xian sheath his saber, Li Xing immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He glanced at Yi Xian. "Thank you." Yi Xian nodded. "Your spear art is not bad. Let's practice again when we have time." Li Xing nodded. "All right." Saying that, he looked at Yi Xian. "How should I address you?" After saying that, his expression became a little awkward. Because when Yi Xian was about to introduce himself, he directly attacked. To put it nicely, it was a surprise attack. To put it bluntly, it was despicable and shameless. Yi Xian smiled. "Yi Xian." Li Xing nodded. "Yi Xian's saber art is fierce and incomparably powerful. When I have time, I will ask Brother Yi for advice again. Goodbye." After saying that, he turned and left. Yi Xian walked to the old man at the side. The latter did not talk nonsense and directly took out 20-odd crystals for Yi Xian. Yi Xian shook his head. "I want to continue the challenge." "Continue the challenge." The old man narrowed his eyes. "You still want to continue?" Yi Xian nodded. "Continue. Fight." Now he was eager to fight. Especially after the improvement of his sword Dao realm. He wanted to fight even more. Only through battle could he become stronger. Especially at this time, without external objects or divine skills. This was the best opportunity for him to improve. Because there were no impurities in this improvement. Just like just now, he fought so many rounds with Li Xing. If it was outside and he was holding the executing heaven sword, the other party might not even be able to take one strike from him. Unless the other party had a divine sword comparable to the executing heaven sword. And if he used the infinite sword, external objects. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He had to say that his strength was very fake in the past. Because that was not his true strength. If he gave the executing heaven sword to others and the infinite sword to others, others could also achieve the effect he achieved. Therefore, apart from these external objects and divine skills, that was his true strength. In front of Yi Xian, the old man said in a deep voice. Going too far is as bad as falling short. Going too far is as bad as falling short. Yi Xian knew what the other party meant and smiled slightly. Thank you for the reminder, but I can still fight now. I haven't reached my limit yet. The old man glanced at Yi Xian and nodded. He waved his right hand and a blue halo flew out. Obviously, it was to match an opponent for Yi Xian. Soon a man in white appeared in the ring. Just like that, the battle started again. In the following time, Yi Xian fought crazily every day. Except for taking a break in the middle, he was always fighting. During this period he also encountered one or two strong opponents, and was almost defeated. He was really almost defeated. This made him even more excited. Failure was not scary. Most of the time, only failure could let you know your shortcomings. Therefore, every time he failed he was not discouraged. Instead he was excited. And the more he fought, the stronger the opponents he encountered. Hidden Edge City, the City Lord's mansion. Mu Xiaocang sat in front of the main hall with a secret note in her hand. This secret note recorded all the information about Yi Xian. Almost everything that had happened to Yi Xian in the eyes of the world was recorded. Behind Mu Xiaocang, a black-robed old man said in a deep voice, Miss, this Yi Xian is indeed very mysterious, especially about his father. There are no records at all. Apart from that, he knows the patriarchs of the major forces in the black-yellow great world. This is very strange. Because those people were peak figures from thousands, or even tens of thousands of years ago. Why would they know Yi Xian? Apart from that, the most mysterious person should be that plain-dressed woman. Plain-dressed woman. Mu Xiaocang squinted her eyes. Do you have any information about her? The black-robed old man shook his head. There is very little information about her. Her background, her strength, the forces behind her. We know nothing. Mu Xiaocang clutched the information in her hand and kept quiet. A moment later, she stood up and left. She came to a small tavern in the city. At the moment, Lian was drinking in front of the tavern. Mu Xiaocang sat in front of Lian. Can 10 Earth Immortals kill that plain-dressed woman? 10 Earth Immortals. Such a lineup could only be described as terrifying. Lian smiled. What do you think of my strength? Mu Xiaocang said in a deep voice, very strong. Earth Immortals are no match for you. Lian laughed. Even 100 of me won't be able to defeat her. No. It doesn't matter how many of me there are. Mu Xiaocang squinted her eyes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lian took a sip and smiled. Impossible? Xiaocang, don't do anything stupid. Or else you will regret it. Mu Xiaocang said in a deep voice. Who is she? Lian said softly. A woman scarier than gods and demons. You should thank that Yi Xian. If it wasn't for him, this world would be gone. Because he is the only one in this world who can make this woman feel kind towards this world. She knew that those who had never met the plain-dressed woman would never know how terrifying she was. This woman was filled with malice towards this world. She only cared about one person, and that was Yi Xian. If Yi Xian died, Lian shook her head. That little scourge. Mu Xiaocang was silent for a moment before she said, I will give up. Lian looked at Mu Xiaocang and the latter said softly, Because you won't lie to me. This is the first time I've seen fear in your eyes. Fear. When Lian mentioned the plain-dressed woman, she noticed that aside from deep wariness, there was also fear in Lian's eyes. Someone who could make Lian afraid. She gave up completely. As Lian said, if she obtained it, the consequences would be unbearable for her and Hidden Edge City. Lian glanced at Mu Xiaocang. Greed and ambition aren't bad things at times, but they are the ones that will kill you. Don't be that little guy's enemy. His enemy is someone else, someone stronger, like the people in the 5th dimension. Do you understand? Mu Xiaocang said in a low voice. We are not worthy of being his enemy. Lian shook her head. You are not worthy of being that plain-dressed woman's enemy. She hasn't come out yet because she has someone else to deal with. Of course, there is another reason. She really looks down on the experts of this world. She really doesn't. She shook her head and smiled. This woman. Mu Xiaocong said in a low voice. Alian, how strong is she? Alian shook her head. I don't know. In this world, among the people I know, there are only 2 people who can make her use her second sword. And both of them are related to that little guy. Mu Xiaocong's face turned ugly. You mean they threw him into this world to let the experts of this world train him? Alian was silent. Seeing this, Mu Xiaocong's face turned even uglier. Alian suddenly said, actually, his situation is more difficult than you think, because there are too many people who want him dead. Her eyes flashed with worry as she said this. The plain dress woman is very strong, but her weakness is Yi Xian. And those people are using Yi Xian to restrain the plain dress woman. Now the plain dress woman is waiting for Yi Xian to become strong enough. As long as Yi Xian can protect himself, then she will start a massacre. Chapter 770. Suddenly, it started raining. The sound of the rain grew louder in front of the tea house. The 2 women did not leave. Both of their expressions were solemn. Alian took a sip of wine and smiled. How is he now? Mu Xiaocong said, challenging others like crazy and improving rapidly. Alian nodded. A good seedling with a good temperament and ambition. Mu Xiaocong looked at Alian. When are we taking him away? Alian smiled, scared. Mu Xiaocong nodded. Yes. Because some people have come to Hidden Edge City, and they are not friendly. Alian said, give him some time. Mu Xiaocong nodded and left. But she stopped after a few steps. Alian, some people are investigating you. Alian smiled. It's fine. Mu Xiaocong nodded and disappeared into the rain. After Mu Xiaocong left, an old man walked over. He sat in front of Alian, and was about to speak when Alian waved her right hand. Bam! The old man was thrown a few 100 meters away. Alian glanced at the old man whose expression changed. Did I say you could sit? The old man stared at Alian. Your Excellency, our target is that Yi Xian. Alian shook her head. I don't understand. Why do you always come after him? Can't you use some brains? Have you thought of a way to deal with that plain dress woman? Or are you saying that you have already found out about her background? Even if you want to be a bad person, use some brains, alright? The old man's face turned sour. Your Excellency. Alian suddenly said, Scram. The old man stared at Alian. Your Excellency will regret this. Then he turned and left. But at this moment, Alian suddenly appeared in front of him, and before he could react, Alian grabbed him by the throat. The old man was shocked. He did not expect that he could not fight back at all. The old man was about to speak when Alian clenched her fist. Bam! The old man turned into nothingness. Alian slowly walked back to the tea house and drained the cup on the table. You don't have the strength and you still want to drink? Idiot! Alien battlefield. At this moment, Yi Xian was lying on the ground. His entire body was covered in wounds of all kinds. At first glance, it was a horrible sight. During this period of time, he had been challenging crazily every day. Fight. They were fighting all the time. In this alien battlefield, 80% of the people had already been challenged by him. More wins than losses. Defeat. Right now he liked to lose, because every time he lost he would gain a huge improvement. During this period of time, he had gained too much. Yi Xian closed his eyes and absorbed the odd crystal to heal himself. During this period of time, he had obtained hundreds of odd crystals because of various challenges. In this place, this was a huge fortune. While he was healing, Yi Xian began to recall his previous matches. During this period of time, he understood another principle. When you think that you have reached your limit, you can actually do better. There was no real limit. Next to Yi Xian, Zhang Qing was also healing. Because of Yi Xian's influence, she was also challenging crazily. Of course, she was not as crazy as Yi Xian. Yi Xian was simply a battle maniac. He would challenge as long as he had time every day. Now many people in this place were already afraid of him. Because Yi Xian was too crazy. If Yi Xian was defeated by someone, then the next person would be miserable. Because Yi Xian would challenge him crazily. Until he won. Now Yi Xian had a nickname in this alien battlefield. Battle maniac little madman. About an hour later, Yi Xian suddenly sat up. At this moment, his injuries were almost healed. Yi Xian glanced at Zhang Qing, who was not far away. Zhang Qing was still healing, so he did not disturb her and turned to leave. Soon Yi Xian came to the arena and took out all his odd crystals for the old man. Fight the strongest one. His goal during this period of time was the person ranked first here. However, he could not challenge the other party at first because he did not have enough odd crystals. Challenging that person once would cost at least 300 odd crystals. The old man glanced at Yi Xian. Are you sure? Yi Xian nodded. The old man hesitated and then said, the current you may not be able to beat the other party. Yi Xian smiled and said, it's okay. The old man nodded. Okay. After saying that, he waved his right hand and a blue light flew out. After a moment, the old man said in a deep voice, you may have to wait. Yi Xian smiled and said, okay. After saying that, he walked to the side and closed his eyes to rest. The old man glanced at Yi Xian and was silent. During this period of time, he had witnessed the growth of Yi Xian with his own eyes. It could be said that Yi Xian's growth was too terrifying. The most important thing was that Yi Xian's determination and ruthlessness could not be compared to ordinary people. Approximately half an hour later, a woman suddenly appeared on the martial arts arena. The woman was about 20 years old and wore a long white dress. She was spotless and looked like a snow fairy. In her hand, she held a long saber with a scabbard. The saber was 3 feet long, and the scabbard was engraved with a snow lotus. On the hilt of the saber, there were several snowflakes fluttering. Her black hair was tied into a ponytail that reached her buttocks. On her forehead, 2 strands of bangs fluttered gently and her expression was cold like a piece of ice. Li Dao. Below, there were exclamations. Li Dao. In this foreign battlefield, she was a legend, a real legend. Because when she came in, she fought all the way from the last place to the first place, and she only used less than a day. Not only that, at that time, the second place was defeated by her with only 1 saber. Just 1 saber. Therefore, in this foreign battlefield, she was also known as Li Dao. Because until now no one could force her to use a second saber. Her current opponents were all great demons deep in the mountains, those powerful great demons. It had been a long time since she appeared on the martial arts arena. And now the battle maniac Yi Xian had found her. There would be a good show to watch. Below, there were more and more people. Li Dao looked at Yi Xian. Her expression was cold. Attack. Attack. Strong confidence. Yi Xian opened his palm and the big saber appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he directly rushed towards Li Dao. Li Dao looked at Yi Xian. There was not the slightest ripple in her eyes. Soon Yi Xian got close to Li Dao. At this time, Li Dao suddenly pulled out her saber. The saber slashed out like lightning, disappearing in a flash. Chi. In the arena, a cutting sound rang. Li Dao turned and left. Defeated? In the arena, everyone looked at Yi Xian. At this moment, there was a saber scar between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Defeated? In the arena, everyone shook their heads and sighed. There was still no one who could force Li Dao to attack a second time. Not even this crazy Yi Xian. But at this moment, Li Dao, who was not far away, suddenly stopped. She touched her throat. Unknowingly, there was a small cut there, and blood slowly flowed out. Seeing this scene, everyone in the arena was stunned. The tables turned? At this moment, everyone in the arena suddenly understood. Both of them had held back. Otherwise, that exchange just now, both of them would die. Li Dao turned around. She looked at Yi Xian. Swordsman. Yi Xian nodded. Li Dao walked to a place not far from Yi Xian. Continue. Continue. She was going to attack a second time. Yi Xian looked down. Who has a sword? Lend me your sword. Facing Li Dao, he could not use the hidden sword anymore because this move could only be used once. And he could not use the wooden sword. Under the same situation, if he used the wooden sword to fight against the real sword of the opponent, he would die without leaving a single scrap. Under the situation of strength suppression, he could use all things as a sword, because even if he did not use a sword, she would not be able to defeat him. But in front of him, the strength of this woman was not weaker than him. In fact, she was even stronger than him. At this moment a man suddenly said, "Lend me your sword." As his voice fell, his right hand tossed, and an iron sword steadily landed in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the sword, and then looked at Li Yidao in front of him. "Begin." As his voice fell, he suddenly stabbed forward. This stab was so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. In front of Yi Xian, Li Yidao suddenly drew her sword. Chi! A sharp tearing sound suddenly resounded, and then Yi Xian instantly retreated a few dozen feet. But Li Yidao did not retreat even half a step. But at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of Li Yidao, and another sword slash. Li Yidao did not dodge, holding the scabbard in his left hand slightly turned, and his right hand suddenly drew the sword and slashed. It was a head-on collision with Yi Xian's sword. Sword Dao big and bold, focused on fierce and domineering. The harder the better. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly tilted his long sword, directly stabbing the corner of the big sword's blade, and in an instant, most of the power of the sword was dissipated. Boom! At this moment, both of them retreated at the same time. But in the blink of an eye, both of them suddenly disappeared. Boom! In the martial arts arena, rays of sword light and sword light constantly appeared, dazzling the eyes. In the arena, countless people became excited. A duel between experts. Moreover, it was a duel between a swordsman and a sword cultivator. Most importantly, both of them were competing in pure sword Dao and sword Dao, and this kind of duel was more exciting, more enjoyable to watch. In the martial arts arena, both of them fought back and forth, and were evenly matched. Needless to say, Yi Xian's sword Dao attainment was much stronger than before. If his sword Dao attainment had not reached the true state, he would definitely not be able to defeat this woman in front of him. Boom! At this moment, there was a sudden explosion in the arena, followed by Yi Xian and Li Yidao retreating at the same time. And in the process of retreating, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm. Go! Swoosh! The flying sword in his hand turned into a sword light and flew out. He did not use qi to control the sword, but pure physical strength and strength. Not far away, Li Yidao suddenly blocked with his sword. Bang! Yi Xian's sword was instantly repelled. And at this time, Yi Xian suddenly appeared behind the sword, and he kicked the sword's hilt. Swoosh! The sword cut through the air. In the distance, Li Yidao took a step forward and slashed down with his sword. Boom! Yi Xian's sword was once again repelled, but at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of Li Yidao. He grabbed the sword that was repelled, and then stabbed straight at Li Yidao's eyebrows. This sword was extremely fast. Li Yidao did not choose to block this time, because if she did, the momentum of the sword would weaken, so she directly chose to slash at Yi Xian's throat. Neither of them blocked, nor did they retreat. Swoosh swoosh. Two streams of blood suddenly splattered on the martial arts arena. Everyone. Chapter 771. Dead. Everyone in the field was stunned. Could it be that both of them perished together? On the stage, Li Yidao's saber was stuck half an inch into Yi Xian's left rib while Yi Xian's sword was stuck between Li Yidao's eyebrows. Both of them had held back. There was no deep hatred between them. It was just a sparring match. Therefore, neither of them chose to kill each other. Yi Xian sheathed his sword and Li Yidao sheathed his saber. Yi Xian smiled. You're strong. Li Yidao glanced at Yi Xian. You want to improve yourself? Yi Xian nodded. Li Yidao said, follow me. After that, she turned around and left. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before returning the sword to the man from before. Thank you, brother. After that, he turned around and followed her. In the field, everyone looked at each other. Not long after, Yi Xian followed Li Yidao to a mountain range. On the way, Li Yidao said, the beasts here have been through hundreds of battles. They will always have strong combat power and physical defense. If we want to defeat them, we can only rely on our wits and strength. If we spar with them, we will gain a lot. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before asking, what level of beast are you looking for? Li Yidao said indifferently, the strongest. The strongest. Yi Xian was silent. He had seen the beasts here before. They were indeed strong. Since Li Yidao brought him here, it was definitely not an ordinary beast. Battle. Yi Xian took a deep breath. During this period of time, his strength could be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. The reason why he improved so quickly was because of the battles. Yi Xian looked at the mountain range in front of him. He did not have much time left, because he had been out for too long. He knew that Temple would definitely not let this matter rest. He did not know when Temple's next attack would be. Therefore, he wanted to go back as soon as possible. However, before going back, he wanted to train. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He could imagine now, if he went out with the executing heaven sword. At this moment, Li Yidao suddenly said, "Let's go. I'll choose one for you." After that, she walked towards the depths of the mountain range. Yi Xian followed. Not long after, Li Yidao brought Yi Xian to a huge mountain. In front of the mountain was a demonic beast. The demonic beast was shaped like a tiger, with a pair of wings on its back, and its entire body was covered in black scales. Seeing Li Yidao and Yi Xian walking over, the demonic beast glanced at them. "Shall we continue?" Li Yidao said, "I'll change your opponent." The monster looked at Yi Xian. "Him." Li Yidao nodded. "That's him." The monster beast sized up Yi Xian. "Swordsman?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." The demonic beast nodded. "Come." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Can I fight it however I want?" The beast nodded. "You can fight however you want." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." After that, he was about to attack. However, at this moment he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Li Yidao. "Miss Li, do you have a sword?" "A sword." Facing this demonic beast, he did not dare to be careless, let alone fight with his bare hands. What a joke! His current physical strength was incomparable to the outside world. Against such a demonic beast, he could only win with his wits. Li Yidao glanced at Yi Xian. She pointed with her fingers and a long sword landed in front of Yi Xian. The sword was 4 feet long, and it was a very ordinary iron sword. Seeing this sword, Yi Xian became silent. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. Using this sword to break the demonic beast's defense. Difficult. However, this was also a test of his strength. Yi Xian walked towards the demonic beast while Li Yidao retreated to the side. Learn. The reason why she brought Yi Xian to fight this demonic beast was because she wanted to see how Yi Xian would fight this demonic beast. All along, she had lost every time she fought with this demonic beast. There was no other way, it was a natural disadvantage. Now, she wanted to start from another angle to see how Yi Xian would fight, and then learn from Yi Xian's failure. From afar, Yi Xian had already walked in front of the demonic beast. At this moment, the demonic beast suddenly raised its claws and slapped at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression changed. He dodged to the side and dodged the claw. Then he rolled forward and was about to draw his sword. However, before he could draw his sword, the demonic beast charged at him. Boom! In an instant, Yi Xian flew out along with his sword. This time, he flew for more than 10 feet. The moment Yi Xian stopped, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Not only that, the sword in his hand was broken. Absolute suppression of strength. Yi Xian looked at the demonic beast, but it had already returned to its original position. At this time Li Yidao suddenly said, "It has rich battle experience, don't underestimate it." Yi Xian nodded. He had already suffered a loss. At this time, Li Yidao suddenly flicked her finger, and a sword appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at Li Yidao. "Miss Li, are you selling your sword?" Li Yidao said indifferently, "My previous spoils of war." Yi Xian nodded. He picked up his sword and rushed at the demonic beast again. This time he increased his speed to the extreme, winning with speed. However, he failed once again. The demonic beast's speed was even faster than his. As soon as he dashed out, the monster disappeared from where it stood. Immediately after, Yi Xian felt a powerful force crushing towards him. Yi Xian's expression changed. He stomped his right foot and dodged to the side. Boom! As soon as he dodged, the place where he was originally standing collapsed. As soon as he stopped, a claw slapped at him. This was not just speed, but also consciousness suppression. Because the demonic beast seemed to know that Yi Xian would dodge. It slapped at Yi Xian the moment it landed. This made it impossible for Yi Xian to dodge. Yi Xian could only block it with his sword. Boom! The sword in Yi Xian's hand instantly shattered into pieces. Then his whole body flew out again. The demonic beast did not chase after him. Instead, it returned to its original position. It glanced at Yi Xian. Not enough. In the distance, Yi Xian landed on the ground. The ground under his feet instantly exploded. And the cracks spread in all directions at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, the ground dozens of feet around Yi Xian became like a spider web. Blood flowed out from the corner of Yi Xian's mouth again. He looked at the demonic beast in the distance with a solemn expression. There was a trace of helplessness in his eyes. At this moment, he finally understood what it meant to be strong enough to defeat 10. No matter what fancy tricks you have, you can defeat everything with strength. In the face of absolute strength, everything else was fleeting. At this moment Li Yidao, who was not far away, suddenly flicked her finger and a sword appeared in front of Yi Xian. Continue. Continue. Yi Xian's mouth twitched. This woman, seeing that Yi Xian did not move, Li Yidao said, "Are we not going to fight anymore?" Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Have you fought it before?" Li Yidao nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian asked again, "Did you win?" Li Yidao glanced at Yi Xian. "I don't know. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page, Yi Xian." At this moment, the demonic beast suddenly said, "Do you still want to fight?" Yi Xian looked at the demonic beast and smiled. "Fight." As soon as he said that, he raised his sword and rushed out. Without a doubt, Yi Xian was crushed once again. However, after more than 10 failures, Yi Xian was getting stronger and stronger. Yi Xian's fighting style was to dodge the demonic beast's strength crazily. From time to time, he would use his sword to touch the weak parts of the demonic beast. Unfortunately, his sword was still unable to cause any substantial damage to the demonic beast. However, it was not as easy for the demonic beast to crush him now. The current Yi Xian could already fight back and forth with the demonic beast. Not far away, Li Yidao watched quietly. Gradually, her expression became solemn. At this moment, she realized one thing, and that was that Yi Xian was really too patient. In the battle with the demonic beast, Yi Xian was really patient. He could deal with the demonic beast for more than half an hour just to grind it down with one sword. During this half an hour, his nerves were as tense as a bowstring because he could not afford to make a single mistake. Not at all. Just like that, the man and the demonic beast fought for almost 2 hours. The sky gradually darkened, but Yi Xian and the demonic beast had no intention of stopping. At the side, Li Yidao's gaze fell on the demonic beast. At this moment, she suddenly realized that this demonic beast was also very patient. Even after being tormented by Yi Xian, this demonic beast was still not anxious or impatient. A fight between immortals. Li Yidao looked at Yi Xian. After a moment, she lowered her head slightly. If it was her, she wouldn't be able to hold on for so long because she lacked patience. Just like that, about an hour later, Yi Xian suddenly stopped, and so did the demonic beast. The demonic beast looked at Yi Xian, and there was a trace of something else in its eyes. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Shall we take a break before fighting?" The demonic beast nodded, "Sure." After that, it retreated to the side. Yi Xian returned to Li Yidao's side, and Li Yidao whispered, "Aren't you tired?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "What's there to be tired about? I feel excited." Excited. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. He liked fighting more and more now. He liked the feeling of fighting. Li Yidao glanced at Yi Xian. "Your swordsmanship has reached the true state." "No, it should be the limit of the true state." "Limit?" Yi Xian shook his head. "Not yet. I feel that I still have a lot of room for growth." As he said that, he looked at the sword in his hand. At this moment, he felt that he had really touched the threshold of swordsmanship. It was just the beginning. Yi Xian put away his sword, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to recover his vitality. The battle with the demonic beast just now had left him completely exhausted. He had to recover. Yi Xian began to absorb the odd crystal. On the side, Li Yidao glanced at him and pondered. Just now, the battle between Yi Xian and the demonic beast made her understand a lot, especially her own shortcomings. Patience. She lacked Yi Xian's patience, and patience was often the key to victory. For example, if she and Yi Xian were to fight, if Yi Xian used the method just now, she would most likely be the one defeated. About half an hour later, Yi Xian got up, walked in front of Li Yidao, and said with a smile, "I'm going to start." After that, he turned to look at the demonic beast, and at this moment, there was a sudden change. The space in front of the two suddenly tore open, and then, a powerful force directly sucked Yi Xian and Li Yidao in. "How dare you!" At this moment, an angry roar suddenly resounded from the sky. End of this chapter. Chapter 772. Yi Xian and Li Yidao were powerless against this sudden change of events, because at this moment, their cultivation bases were sealed. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian and Li Yidao disappeared into the spatial vortex. At practically the exact same moment, two women and an old man appeared here. They were the city lord of Hidden Edge City, Mu Xiaocang and Alian. The old man was an expert from Li Yidao's family. The old man's expression was terrible. "City Lord Mu, aren't you going to give me an explanation?" Mu Xiaocang said, "Senior Li Nian, I didn't expect this to happen either." For many years, no one dared to make a move in Hidden Edge City. Even some ancient experts would give the city face. But now someone was breaking the rules of Hidden Edge City. Alian suddenly said, "The temple. The temple." Mu Xiaocang looked at Alian. "Did they do it?" Alian smiled. "No one else but them. I didn't expect them to be so decisive and send out such experts. They're also good at finding the right time. Making a move at this time. That little fellow doesn't have any strength to resist." Li Nian suddenly looked at Alian. "You're their target." Alian nodded. "To be more precise, it's that little guy." Li Nian said. "He's the one who dragged Li Yidao into this." As soon as he said that, a powerful pressure came crashing down on Alian. However, the aura disappeared before it could even get close to Alian. "You!" Li Nian was shocked and a hint of wariness appeared in her eyes. Alian ignored Li Nian and looked at Mu Xiaocang. "Find out where they are." Then she turned and left. Mu Xiaocang's expression was terrifyingly dark. Regret. She felt extremely regretful at the moment. She should have let Yi Xian go. Now Hidden Edge City had no choice but to be dragged into this vortex. Mu Xiaocang turned and left. At this moment, Yi Xian and Mu Xiaocang's vision was pitch black and their surroundings were spinning. Teleportation. At this moment, he was slowly able to feel his own profound energy. Obviously, they had left the alien battlefield. After 15 minutes passed, Yi Xian was about to circulate his profound energy. Right at this moment, a ray of white light suddenly appeared in front of him, and in the next moment, it enveloped him completely. After an unknown period of time, Yi Xian opened his eyes. At this moment he had completely returned to normal, but there was a mysterious force that locked him. This force was even stronger than the sealing ability of the alternate battlefield. Right now he could feel the Xian Qi, but he was unable to mobilize it. Yi Xian looked around. Beside him was Li Yidao. At this moment, Li Yidao's expression was extremely cold. At this moment, he and Li Yidao were in front of a large hall. In front of the hall, there were 6 towering statues. He recognized these 6 statues. Temple of Light. At this moment, an old man appeared in front of Yi Xian. The old man wore a loose white robe and held a black staff in his hand. He looked rather sage-like. The white-robed old man glanced at Yi Xian and smiled. "Old man is Temple of Light's left oracle, Qiuyu. On behalf of Temple of Light, old man welcomes Emperor Yi to the Divine City." Divine City. Yi Xian looked around and smiled. "I'm not used to you being so polite." Qiuyu smiled. "Emperor Yi is an outstanding person. You should be respected." Yi Xian nodded, then looked at Li Yidao. "What happened between you and me has nothing to do with her. Let her go, is that all right?" Qiuyu smiled. "Temple of Light will not target her. However, She cannot leave for the time being because the lady in purple beside you is very powerful. We do not want her to know your whereabouts for now. Yi Xian nodded slightly. He looked at Li Yidao and smiled apologetically. Sorry for dragging you into this. Li Yidao did not speak. Yi Xian looked at Qiuyu. Are you sure you don't want to kill me? Qiuyu smiled. Why would we kill Emperor Yi? We want to be friends with Emperor Yi. Friends? Yi Xian laughed. I'm a little curious now. Qiuyu said. Emperor Yi, please. Yi Xian did not hesitate and walked towards the hall. Li Yidao followed beside him. When Yi Xian entered the hall, there were only a few statues in the hall. Qiuyu walked to one of the statues and bowed. Please. Yi Xian suddenly interrupted Qiuyu. Want to talk? Qiuyu turned and looked at Yi Xian. What does Emperor Yi want to talk about? Yi Xian smiled. You have investigated me, right? Qiuyu nodded. I know almost everything about Emperor Yi. Yi Xian smiled. Then you should know that I have a sword technique, a very powerful one, right? Qiuyu nodded. Immeasurable sword. A supreme technique from the 5th dimension. Unfortunately, Emperor Yi is unable to use it now. Otherwise, with Emperor Yi's strength, the old man would not be able to bring Emperor Yi here so easily. Yi Xian looked at Qiuyu. Other than immeasurable sword, this pagoda also has some other functions. It can allow people to break through their limits and reach the legendary Fate realm. Qiuyu squinted his eyes. Yi Xian continued. Not only that, you can also enter the 5th dimension and go to a whole new world. Qiuyu smiled. Are you trying to tempt the old man? Yi Xian smiled. I just want to tell you that this treasure has endless benefits. Look at me, before I was 18. I was ordinary. But after I got this treasure, look at my life, isn't it like cheating? Qiuyu looked at Yi Xian without saying anything. Yi Xian waved his right hand, and the prison pagoda suddenly appeared in front of Qiuyu. Yi Xian smiled. It is right in front of you. As long as you are willing, it is yours. Qiuyu glanced at the prison pagoda and smiled. You want to tempt the old man? Yi Xian looked at Qiuyu. In this life there are not many opportunities. If you don't grasp it, you don't know when the next one will come. Qiuyu smiled. You are right. In this life there are not many opportunities. However, there are some that can be grasped and some that cannot be coveted because it will lead to death. Finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the statue. Yi Xian did not speak. At this time, Li Yidao suddenly said, Life as a slave. Hearing this, Qiuyu suddenly stopped. Life as a slave. Qiuyu was silent for a long time. Then he suddenly turned to Li Yidao and smiled. Little girl, your words are sharp. Li Yidao did not speak. Qiuyu did not speak any nonsense. He directly grabbed the prison pagoda. The prison pagoda slightly trembled as if it wanted to struggle, but it was directly suppressed by Qiuyu's powerful strength. Qiuyu looked at Yi Xian. Handing over the pagoda so easily, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Yi Xian smiled. I won't. Qiuyu asked why. Yi Xian smiled. Senior is a smart person. You know that I am not on good terms with Deity's Templar. After you take this pagoda, you will also become Deity's Templar's enemy. At that time, the enemy of my enemy will be my friend, right? Qiuyu laughed. What a good Yi Wang. However, you are willing to hand over the pagoda so easily? Yi Xian smiled. I am a swordsman. From today onwards, I will only need a sword. Qiuyu stared at Yi Xian. True state sword intent. Congratulations. Yi Xian smiled, but did not speak. Qiuyu turned and looked at the statue of the deity behind him. After a moment he took a deep breath. How can I be a slave for life? With that, he turned into a black light and disappeared into the distant horizon. At the same time, Yi Xian and Li Yidao returned to normal. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the executing heaven sword appeared in his hand. Looking at the executing heaven sword in his hand, Yi Xian smiled. Good friend. Saying that, he slowly closed his eyes. In his hand, the executing heaven sword trembled violently. The feeling of holding the executing heaven sword was completely different from before. That feeling, he could not describe it. At this time Li Yidao, who was not far from Yi Xian, suddenly said, "Your sword." Yi Xian looked at Li Yidao. "You know it?" Li Yidao said in a deep voice. "Is this sword the sword of the Black-Yellow Great World Sword Martial School's founder?" Yi Xian was a little surprised. "You know the Sword Martial School's founder?" Li Yidao nodded. "I know Dao Yi a little. Back then, my Li family's divine sword was destroyed by this sword." Yi Xian was speechless. So there was such a history. He looked at the executing heaven sword in his hand. He had to say, so far, there were very few treasures that could withstand the executing heaven sword. Li Yidao suddenly said, "This thing will make your country rely on it." Yi Xian nodded. "I used to rely on it, but now I know what I'm doing." Li Yidao glanced at Yi Xian. "Let's go." Yi Xian said with a smile. "Why?" Saying that, he looked around. This god city must have a lot of treasures. Saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and frowned. "No, we have to go." Li Yidao looked at Yi Xian. "Why?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Let's go." Saying that, he turned and left. Li Yidao followed. On the way, Li Yidao asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "That Qiuyu is not stupid, but those so-called gods are not stupid either." Li Yidao squinted his eyes. "You mean those gods might?" Yi Xian nodded. "Let's go. Leave this god-forsaken place." Just as the two of them were about to leave the city, they suddenly stopped. The two of them looked not far away, and there, a woman was walking towards them. The woman wore a short skirt, and her hair was tied into a bun that reached her knees. At her waist, there was a short knife wrapped in coarse cloth, looking simple and crude. In her left hand, there was a xiaota, the world prison pagoda, and in her right hand, there was a bloody head. Qiuyu's head. Qiuyu's eyes were wide open, and they were filled with fear. It seemed like he must have experienced something before he died. The woman slowly walked towards Yi Xian and Li Yidao, a bright smile on her face. Yi Xian looked at the woman, his right hand tightly gripping the executing heaven sword. Li Yidao's hand was also on the hilt of his sword. At this moment, the woman suddenly stopped. She waved her right hand lightly, and the bloody head rolled to the feet of Yi Xian and Li Yidao. The woman leaned forward slightly, a bright smile on her face. "Hi, hello. My name is Yuan Xiaodao, and I'm what you call God." God. Hearing that, Yi Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. P.S. Yesterday there were 2 more Alliance Masters. Thank you for the new Alliance Masters support. Recently, the updates have not been good, and you guys still reward me like this. I'm ashamed. You guys know that I'm a thin-skinned person. Now I don't even know where to put my face. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival, and I rarely go out with my family. I'll spend more time with my family in the future. Of course, I'll also work hard to update. Readers and family will not fail. Chapter 773. God. Yi Xian's expression turned ugly. He didn't expect a god to come. The main body had arrived. Not a clone. How strong was this god? He didn't know. He only knew that an expert of this level was definitely not someone he could contend with now, even if his strength had been greatly improved. God. The temple was serious this time. It was fine if they didn't come, but they came with such a big one. Yuan Xiaodao looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Attack. Yi Xian looked at Yuan Xiaodao. How about letting my friend leave? Yuan Xiaodao looked at Li Yidao. Saber cultivator? Li Yidao nodded. Yuan Xiaodao suddenly pointed at Li Yidao. Li Yidao narrowed her eyes and slashed with her saber. At this moment, Li Yidao, who had recovered his strength, swung his blade as fast as lightning. At the same time, a powerful blade intent enveloped Yuan Xiaodao. However, the moment the blade intent enveloped Yuan Xiaodao, it vanished without a trace. Li Yidao's saber was caught by 2 fingers. Li Yidao looked at Yuan Xiaodao in front of her, and didn't say anything. Yuan Xiaodao grinned. Not bad. True realm saber intent. Let's go. After saying that, she released her fingers. Li Yidao put away her saber and looked at Yi Xian. Take care. After saying that, she turned and disappeared into the distance. Yuan Xiaodao looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Attack. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Then he suddenly thrust his sword out. Boundless sword. This was the first time he used executing heaven sword and boundless sword since coming out. At this moment, the power of his sword was stronger than ever before. This sword could easily kill an unknown realm expert. It was an instant kill. With his current attainments in sword Dao, executing heaven sword, and this sword, even an earth immortal wouldn't dare to take this sword head-on, let alone an unknown realm expert. However, facing such a powerful sword attack, Yuan Xiaodao did not dodge at all. Instead, he put his fingers together and gently pinched Yi Xian's Scorpio sword between his fingers. This pinch caught Yi Xian's Scorpio sword. When the sword slashed down, the surroundings were extremely calm, without any movement, because Yuan Xiaodao had directly received all the power in Yi Xian's sword. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. Yuan Xiaodao was slightly stunned. In the next moment, she lightly stomped her right foot. Boom. The space in an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers trembled violently before cracking apart. At the same time, her divine sense had already covered an area of almost 500,000 kilometers. However, Yi Xian seemed to have disappeared. There was no movement at all. Yuan Xiaodao frowned. Where is he? As she spoke, she suddenly clenched her right fist. Boom. The space within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles exploded. Everything was annihilated at this moment. However, she still couldn't find Yi Xian. Yuan Xiaodao looked around and smirked. Then let's play a game of cat and mouse. With that, she disappeared into thin air. At the end of the distant horizon, Yi Xian was in the depths of a lake. His expression was extremely grave. Before he left, the strength that Yuan Xiaodao displayed was too terrifying. With a wave of her hand, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. God. This was the strength of a god. Her strength definitely surpassed an earth immortal. This woman was too terrifying. He couldn't beat her. Yi Xian took a deep breath. He looked at the executing heaven sword in his hand and smiled bitterly. He didn't expect to encounter such a powerful person the first time he used the executing heaven sword. This was truly a bad start. Yi Xian looked around and left quietly. He had to return to Hidden Edge City. He had to find the purple-clothed woman. Only the purple-clothed woman could go against this god. However, not long after, he found a fatal problem. He didn't know where he was. How could he get out? Yi Xian was confused. He didn't dare to travel through space because he was afraid of being discovered by Yuan Xiaodao. There was another fatal problem, and that was the prison pagoda. The prison pagoda was originally in the hands of Qiuyu, but now it was in the hands of this woman. Since the prison pagoda hadn't returned, it was obvious that it couldn't return. The current prison pagoda wasn't at its peak. It probably couldn't do anything to an expert like Yuan Xiaodao. This time, the pagoda was really lost. He didn't expect that a god from the temple would personally come. Previously, it was just a small one. Fortunately, the prison pagoda would automatically close. As long as she wasn't willing, even Yuan Xiaodao wouldn't be able to enter easily. Yi Xian came back to his senses. He glanced around and then disappeared quietly. Along the way, Yi Xian tried to contact the woman in purple. However, he couldn't get in touch with her. He couldn't even contact the people from the black-yellow great world. Yi Xian's expression became even uglier. What the hell is this place? About 2 hours later, Yi Xian arrived in the endless starry sky. This starry sky was no longer the starry sky he was familiar with. 4 hours later, Yi Xian exited the state of emptiness. This state wasn't permanent and had a time limit. Just as he exited the state of emptiness, the space in front of him suddenly tore open, and a woman walked out. It was Yuan Xiaodao. Yuan Xiaodao looked at Yi Xian with a bright smile. Your concealment technique is really amazing. Even I can't find you. As expected of something from the 5th dimension. You. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly attacked with his sword. Boundless sword. Yuan Xiaodao narrowed her eyes and waved her right hand. Boom. Yi Xian flew out along with his sword. However, the moment he flew out, he disappeared without a trace. He escaped into the state of emptiness once again. The moment Yi Xian disappeared, Yuan Xiaodao suddenly slapped down. Boom. In an instant, the space within hundreds of thousands of kilometers was annihilated and turned pitch black. There was no trace of Yi Xian in the surroundings. Yuan Xiaodao looked around. At this moment, her divine sense covered the space within hundreds of thousands of kilometers. However, she still couldn't find Yi Xian. Yuan Xiaodao frowned slightly. What a good concealment technique. As she spoke, she opened her palm and the prison pagoda appeared in her hand. At this moment, there was a mysterious force suppressing the prison pagoda. Yuan Xiaodao smiled. You must know where he is, right? There was no reaction from the prison pagoda. Yuan Xiaodao looked at the prison pagoda and smiled. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. I can find him. As she spoke, she turned and disappeared. On the other side, after Yi Xian stopped, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Not only that, but his entire body had cracked. The moment he escaped into the state of emptiness, the woman's spatial destruction had seriously injured him. This crazy woman. Yi Xian's expression was extremely gloomy. Healing. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb the crystals. He was currently in the state of emptiness, so he couldn't find the woman for the time being. However, this state would disappear in a few hours. As long as it disappeared, the woman would be able to appear in front of him immediately. The current situation was truly hopeless. 2 hours later, Yi Xian got up and left. He began to slowly merge with space, wanting to familiarize himself with the space of this world, and then use the Tao of space to escape. Another 2 hours passed, and Yi Xian began to familiarize himself with this space. He used the principles of space to find an exit. 2 hours later, Yi Xian arrived in front of a river. There was a mysterious force locking the space around the river, similar to a barrier. Yi Xian was about to use the Tao of space when his state of emptiness suddenly disappeared. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically when he noticed this. The space behind him suddenly split open, and then Yuan Xiaodao walked out. Yuan Xiaodao looked at Yi Xian and grinned. She was about to speak when a gourd suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's hand. The immortal slaying sword gourd. In the next moment, Yi Xian's executing heaven sword transformed into a ray of light that entered the gourd. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian shouted furiously, "Slash!" The immortal slaying sword gourd. This time, Yi Xian didn't hold back. He knew that his state of emptiness had ended, so he used the immortal slaying sword gourd to catch Yuan Xiaodao off guard. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the immortal slaying sword gourd trembled violently, and then a ray of light suddenly flew out from it. At this moment, a sword howl resounded through the sky. As soon as it appeared, Yuan Xiaodao's expression instantly changed. It was the first time her expression had changed. The immortal slaying sword gourd was the #1 precious treasure of the human race. Coupled with Yi Xian's sword, even a god would fear it. Yuan Xiaodao suddenly drew the saber on her waist when the sword slashed over. At this moment, she stopped being careless. She slashed with her saber. Bang! In an instant, a world-shaking explosion resounded, and then Yuan Xiaodao instantly retreated explosively. She retreated over 100 kilometers away, and the space she retreated to was obliterated inch by inch. As soon as Yuan Xiaodao stopped moving, the broken saber in her grasp had shattered into nothingness, and her entire right arm was covered in cracks that looked like spider webs. Yuan Xiaodao raised her head and looked towards the distance. Yi Xian had vanished without a trace. Yuan Xiaodao remained silent. At this moment, she noticed that this human wasn't an ant, and he could injure her. That strike just now was truly a threat to her. A short while passed before Yuan Xiaodao looked towards the distance, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. It's getting more and more interesting. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded in front of her. Since you've obtained that treasure, then there's no need to pay any more attention to Yi Xian. Quickly return to the ruins of gods. Yuan Xiaodao shook her head. He'll definitely become a huge problem for my divine hall if he isn't eliminated. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her right hand and vanished on the spot. The sound of something being torn apart resounded from afar. Yi Xian was fleeing madly all along the way. At this moment, his expression was terrifyingly gloomy. The immortal slayer sword gored and execution heaven had actually been unable to kill her. She was too terrifying. He couldn't defeat her. He couldn't defeat her. Yi Xian continued fleeing, but it didn't take long for him to stop, because the space in front of him had suddenly split apart. And then Yuan Xiaodao walked out from within it. Yuan Xiaodao gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Don't force me to unleash my ultimate move. The corners of Yuan Xiaodao's mouth curled up slightly. Come, show me your ultimate move. Chapter 774. Yi Xian looked at Yuan Xiaodao and didn't say anything. The smile on Yuan Xiaodao's face became even more brilliant. Your immortal slaying sword gored and executing heaven sword are indeed very strong. I'm tempted by them. Yi Xian thought about it and said, I have a question. Can you answer it? Yuan Xiaodao smiled. Sure. Yi Xian nodded. Are you a human or a god? Yuan Xiaodao was slightly startled. Clearly, she didn't expect Yi Xian to ask this question. Yi Xian asked, You can't say it. Yuan Xiaodao smiled. They're all humans. The 6 statues you saw were all humans. Yi Xian asked in a deep voice. Then why do you call yourselves gods? Yuan Xiaodao shook her head. It's not that we call ourselves gods. It's just that after we reached a certain level of strength, they called us gods. Later on, we realized that it wasn't a bad thing, so we built the shrine. You see, we didn't slaughter living beings after becoming gods, right? Yi Xian said. You sealed the Black-Yellow Great World, so that the human experts of the Black-Yellow Great World can't break through to the unknown realm, right? Yuan Xiaodao smiled. Are you trying to stand on the moral high ground and criticize us? Yi Xian fell silent. Yuan Xiaodao smiled. Who doesn't seek benefits in this world? Did you, Yi Xian, not harm the interests of others when you built the northern region? As she said that, she shook her head. The right and wrong of this world are decided by fists. If you, Yi Xian, overturn my shrine in the future, then everything you say will be right. But now, everything you say is bullsh*t. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Yuan Xiaodao smiled. You asked me a question just now, because you wanted to stall for time to heal. Have you healed your injuries? If not, I'll give you some more time. Yi Xian glanced at Yuan Xiaodao. This woman actually knew that he was stalling for time. Yi Xian retracted his thoughts and nodded. Give me an hour. With that said, he began to devour the origin crystals in a frenzy. While devouring, Yi Xian suddenly said, Why did you give me a chance? Yuan Xiaodao smiled and said, You want to ask me why I underestimated my enemy, right? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Yuan Xiaodao smiled and said, If I'm even afraid of you, then wouldn't all my years of cultivation have gone to waste? Confidence. Yi Xian understood. This woman was confident, and confidence was different from underestimating the enemy. She did not underestimate him, but she did not take him seriously either. He was still not strong enough. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and began to absorb the energy in a frenzy. At this moment, Yuan Xiaodao suddenly said, Where's that woman in a plain dress? Yi Xian looked at Yuan Xiaodao. You're going to look for her? Yuan Xiaodao shook his head. Someone will deal with her. My target is you. With that, she paused for a moment before continuing. What about the woman who killed a god in the Black-Yellow Great World with a single sword strike? Yi Xian smiled and said, Guess. Yuan Xiaodao looked at Yi Xian and said, If I'm not wrong, she was not in her original body back then. She has either disappeared or is unable to fight for some reason, right? Yi Xian was silent. Yuan Xiaodao smiled and said, It seems that we guessed correctly. Yi Xian glanced at Yuan Xiaodao and said, That's why you dared to make a move, right? Yuan Xiaodao said softly, I have to say the person behind you is indeed very powerful. We are very afraid of him. She looked at Yi Xian and said, If it wasn't for the fact that the fifth-dimensional treasure is extremely important to us, we would not want to become enemies with you. Yi Xian smiled and said, Many people said that the fifth-dimensional treasure is extremely important to them. But do you really understand this treasure? Yuan Xiaodao shook her head and said, You don't understand the dual realm sky. That place is too tragic. Dual realm sky. Yi Xian was silent. He had heard from Guanjun that it was a place where countless supreme experts of the fourth dimension gathered. These people only had one goal, and that was to go to the fifth dimension. And now, there was a shortcut to the fifth dimension. And that was the World Prison Pagoda. There was no need to think about it to know that this would drive these people crazy. Yi Xian could already foresee that the Temple of Light was not the first, and would not be the last to cause trouble for him. Yuan Xiaodao suddenly smiled and said, It should be about time. Yi Xian stood up and looked at Yuan Xiaodao. The latter smiled and said, You only have one chance. Yi Xian nodded. He closed his eyes slowly and murmured something. Very soon, the space around him started to tremble. Gradually, a mysterious force appeared in the area. When she sensed this mysterious power, Yuan Xiaodao's eyes narrowed and she looked at Yi Xian and said, I'm sorry, but I can't give you another chance. As her voice fell, she suddenly disappeared. A strand of saber light flashed in the field. A saber of death. This saber was not something that Yi Xian could block. At this moment, Yuan Xiaodao directly made a killing move. The reason why she made a move was because she felt a trace of uneasiness. It was only a trace. If giving Yi Xian a chance before was because she was confident, then at this moment, she was being cautious. She did not hold back this saber. Not to mention Yi Xian. Even an earth immortal would not be able to block this saber. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were blood red. God imprisoning. Sixth Path Mantra. At this last moment, he finally decided to use the Sixth Path Mantra. One of the Sixth Path Mantra left behind by the owner of the pagoda, God imprisoning. He did not know if the God in the eyes of the owner of the pagoda was the same as the God in front of him. He only knew that if this move could not deal with this woman, then his life would end today. This was his last attack. If he did not succeed, he would die for a righteous cause. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's face instantly turned pale, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, a mysterious force suddenly enveloped Yuan Xiaodao. At the same time, a blood-red imprisoned character appeared above Yuan Xiaodao. At this moment, Yuan Xiaodao was locked on the spot. After Yuan Xiaodao was locked in place, she intended to utilize her strength. However, she noticed to her astonishment that she was unable to utilize any strength at all. Yuan Xiaodao's eyes were filled with disbelief. What divine ability is that? Yi Xian was overjoyed when he saw this scene. It's effective. I'm invincible in the future. Right at this moment, the blood-red prisoner character above Yuan Xiaodao's head suddenly dimmed. Yi Xian was stunned. Meanwhile, Lian Qian suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian with the pagoda, and she spoke in a low voice. This woman is too strong. You are unable to use the Sixth Path Mantra to take her into the pagoda, nor can you do so. Leave first. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Lian Qian replied, Because you've only utilized less than 30% of the Sixth Path Mantra's strength. Moreover, your Sixth Dao Mantra is not complete, it's incomplete. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Then I'll deal with her first. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed his sword towards Yuan Xiaodao. However, he was stopped by Lian Qian. Lian Qian stared at Yi Xian and spoke via voice transmission. If you can't kill her with that attack, then you'll die. Because your sword will destroy the laws of the Sixth Path Mantra. Now, it's impossible for you to kill her with your current strength. Even if she just stands there and lets you kill her, understand? Yi Xian asked. Put her in the pagoda? Lian Qian replied with a question. And then? How are you going to deal with her? Can you even defeat her? Yi Xian was speechless. Lian Qian spoke in a low voice. Leave first. Your body is extremely weak right now, and you need to recuperate. Yi Xian looked at Yuan Xiaodao. Wait. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked in front of Yuan Xiaodao. Remember, I'll let you go today. In the future, you'll have to repay my kindness. Otherwise you'll lose face. Understand? Yuan Xiaodao looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. Yi Xian glanced at Yuan Xiaodao and turned to leave. He couldn't accept this. He was very, very unwilling. He really wanted to kill the other party with one sword, but his strength did not allow him to. This was the difference in strength. Even if the other party just stood there and let him kill her, he would not be able to kill her. Aggrieved. He had never felt so aggrieved before. Not long after, Yi Xian and Lian Qian quickly disappeared into the distance. In the same place, Yuan Xiaodao's expression was extremely ugly. P.S. Wait, send a red packet, remember to snatch it. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.